Good morning. Today is Friday, February 5th, and we are looking to reconvene the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting for Round 1 budget. And to Corporate Officer, do we need a motion to reconvene?
Yes, please.
Okay, look for a motion to reconvene the meeting. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Thank you. So today we're starting on Annex SS and on page 14 of our big spreadsheet. So this is with regards to regional solid waste. And GM Rosenboom, are you leading off or are we going right to Robin? Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you, Chair Seegers. The following budget proposals are for those related to regional solid waste. The budget proposals are being presented for 4 reasons: to prevent an imminent asset failure from occurring, for business continuity or improved operations, to increase the financial suitability or sustainability of solid waste services, to support implementing strategies identified in the strategic plan. And staff realized that the total number of proposals and the requested budget is substantial this year. Many of the proposals are related to solid waste operations and disposal, such as the required closing of a full portion of the Seashell landfill, or proposals that will help to ensure that the operations at both sites are as efficient and safe as possible. As well, a few of the proposals address the what's next for solid waste. So for example, to continue the work to determine the future solid waste disposal option, to conduct a waste composition study, and an update to the solid waste management plan, which is nearing its end, all of which align with the board's strategic plan strategy to achieve sustainable solid waste management. And thank you, and staff are available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the first recommendation on page 371. This is for a generator replacement for Pender Harbor Transfer Station. Directors, any questions or comments? Director Ties.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've covered this before. Wondering if it is a if the Pender Harbor Transfer Station is off grid and this is a permanent power, so basically it needs to be running all the time, or is this just an emergency backup? And also whether something other than, well, maybe solar might be a possibility. I guess if it's a permanent one, then we probably can't do solar, but if it's just an emergency backup, it may be possible.
And staff?
Thanks for the question. So the current generator that's being used is for backup power, and that is what is failing. So it's to replace the backup generator. So to ensure that the site always has power, because in order to have the site open, we need the computer and the scale.
In addition to that, solar would not really work on the site given that it's pretty treated in the area, and the amount of power required to operate the scale will be difficult to get from a battery pack. We can do it, but in terms of cost, having a generator there would be much more cost efficient. Thank you.
So I heard Director Ties say, is it on power? So is there actually power to the site? There is. Okay, so power to the site, and this is just backup. Okay.
And there's power, but because of the location, there's more frequent than elsewhere power outages.
Right. Director Ties. Sorry, Director Hiltz. I looked at the right one, just said the wrong name.
Thank you. It's the asset management plan. So this generator will be anticipated to be in the asset management plan. So the current one, I guess, wasn't. Is that how I would read that? The last one was kind of an ad hoc thing, and this one is more of a plan. So there'll be money set aside to replace it in the future. So it won't come back as a budget proposal the next time it needs to be replaced.
Who wants to answer that one?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The asset management planning currently the focus for the asset management division with our CFO under her direction is not yet on that focus on solid waste, but it will be in the years to come. Tina, anything to add there?
Yes. Solid waste has very little infrastructure in the sense of as it relates to asset management planning. So it really hasn't been the priority in the sense of delivering the service, because a lot of the things are actually a liability versus an asset on our financial statements, believe it or not. So I know the focus here has been mostly just on the larger infrastructure items, but most certainly having some planning in the sense of replacing some of these assets is a good idea, but we don't have a strategic plan like an asset management plan to address those types of things. It's kind of as a break fix, but something we can look at.
Director Hiltz?
Yeah, I was just following up on the budget proposal. It said that this generator will be incorporated into, so that will be some time in the future then before that actually happens yet. Okay, thank you.
All right, directors, what would you like to do with this budget recommendation? Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to move option 1, approve and incorporate, please.
Okay, so approve and incorporate into the 2020 round 2 budget, $5,000 from taxation. Is there a seconder? Seconded. And this is voting all directors. So all those in favor? Thank you. Item number 2, Seashell Landfill H+ closure. Who'd like to speak to this one? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I take it this is the first step in finishing off our ziggurat of rubbish in Seashell. I assume that the 2.5 million is an estimate, and it could cost somewhat less. Is it a conservative estimate, or do we have a pretty firm idea of how much it will cost?
Thank you for the question. The estimate is based on most recent update from a landfill engineer in terms of an estimate, and it includes 20% contingency allowance. So should be enough. But yeah, the actuals will tell what it really will be. But
And this is to be funded from the Landfill Closure Reserve Fund. Right. Director Lee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. 2.5. How much of the landfill will then be closed when this is done? And are we going to have enough reserves to close the entire landfill in 2026, if that's the date?
I can take that question, and the answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
We are, a few years back, we brought a proposal forward to the board to do an incremental increase of approximately $125,000 per year to contribute to the landfill closure. This particular project, actually, just as an estimate, a few years back when we actually did this increase, was estimated at about 1.85 million. So you can see that with, and even as part of our assessment in our landfill closure reserves on our financial statements, we do actually account for future values. But I think that what we're finding is some of these type of projects are much more expensive than we anticipate them to be. So this will fully deplete the reserves that we have right now, but we are making a contribution for 2021. I think 800,000 is how much we are contributing, but the landfill closure reserve liability on our financial statement is almost $5 million. So of course, this would decrease the liability because stage H is part of that particular overall liability. So in 2021, once this project's completed, and we are also anticipating the letter from our engineering consultants on the lifespan, the projected lifespan. So right now we're using a value of 2026. So again, we can speak to that once we do this work with our auditors. But from a financial perspective, we don't have the cash. We won't have the cash. It's doubtful we'll have the cash unless we do something in the next few years to fund that full liability.
If you look at the bottom of page 389, there is the 5-year capital reserve plan for landfill closure. So there are the numbers.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Beamish.
Yeah, just a comment that, and I don't know if we've done this, but I've dealt with landfill closures or in gravel pit closures and things like this in the past with municipalities. And generally what I've found is the ministry has been very comfortable extending dates so that even if we close and stop using our landfill, the actual permanent closure may be extended. Have we investigated that at all with the ministry so that it doesn't become a hard number in 5 years? It becomes 5 years as a date, but 3 years after that's another date sort of thing. As long as they know that it's being actively done and it's being used and the landfill is not being filled anymore, the actual cover and closure can sometimes be delayed. And have we investigated that at all?
Staff? Go ahead, Robin.
Thanks for the question. Not at this point have we reviewed the regulations to determine what the timelines are. So in the 2016 criteria, it outlines when you stop filling, and there is a timeline for when you must initiate your closure. So staff would refer to that and build that in. And as the CFO mentioned, once we have the confirmation around that timeline, we can include something along those lines to see whether or not that is an option.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Yes, thanks. Yeah, I'm kind of following up on that same idea that you've got a landfill that you're adding, and at the end of the closure, it's closed, and it looks like something. And it's the steps in between. I think, as Director Beamish is, the phasing aspect of this, pleading financial hardship in terms of the staging. Yeah, that's the question. And again, I guess I'll reiterate, has staff looked at the staging? And for me, it would be helpful if I knew just a couple steps. What is the step to go from open to closed? Is it just putting stuff on top? Is it pounding it down? Is it planting trees? Like, what does a closure actually do?
Staff? Yeah, go ahead, Robin.
Thanks for the question. Broadly speaking, there is what's called a final cover and a final material. So there's essentially a type of a plastic liner that is placed on the top once you have reached your final heights or final contours and you've filled it to its capacity. And then a final cover layer, so a particular type of soil mixture is placed on top, and then typically it's seeded afterwards.
All right, any further questions? So what would directors like to do with this recommendation? This budget recommendation? Director Lee.
Like to move option 1, approve and incorporate into the next round.
Okay, into the round 2 budget.
Yes.
There is a seconder for that recommendation. Seconded. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, number 3, sorry, it's on that same page. Seashot landfill monitoring well installation. Funding $67,900. It indicates one time $65,000 and then $2,900 base budget increase, and both from taxation. So there would be taxation this year of $65,000 plus $2,900, and in subsequent years $2,900 only. Is that correct? Okay. Any questions from directors? Director McMahon.
Sure, just the obvious question, why taxation, not reserves?
Who'd like to answer that one?
I can take a crack at it.
Okay.
There are not a lot of reserves because we depleted them with the ground disturbance funding last year.
Thank you. Director Hiltz and then Director Lee.
Thanks. I'm looking at the service plan light on 227, and it's got 2,900 from user fees and 6,500 from taxation. So I'm just checking at the 67,900 as all from taxation. So is there a user fee component to this?
Who wants to talk to that one? Tina? Repco?
I think my understanding is that this is not to be funded from tipping fees, which are user fees at the landfill, because it's really related to the landfill itself and not to its operation. So I think the service plan, the budget proposal itself is correct.
So what you're saying is there's a distinction. If it's current operations, then it can be user fees. But if it's past operation, it would be, then it would be taxation.
The operations itself, for example, staffing at the landfill is paid for by tipping fees.
Yeah.
While all the infrastructure, etc., are being paid for by taxation.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right. Would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Hiltz?
I'll move to option 1, approve and incorporate as presented. Yes.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 373, item with regards to Seashell landfill surveying. And this is from user fees, $5,000 base budget increase. Director Lee.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if we could fill to a greater height the parts of the landfill that we haven't closed and get us another year or so. Have we looked at that as an option? In other words, not the whole, don't open up what's covered, but just apply for a permit to make it a little bit higher for the next few years until we have to close. Would that be something that could happen in this survey? And could we ask the question?
Robin?
Thanks for the question. So as part of the project that's underway for the determining the future waste disposal analysis options, that was looked at is could we do an expansion? So that report that was brought forward last month spoke to could we do a vertical, so going up, or could we do a horizontal expansion going out? And realistically, the answer is no. There's no, it's called the waste footprint. There's nowhere else on the site that we can move into in order to put waste.
Yeah, I was thinking that when we looked at that proposal, we talked about the whole landfill being higher. And this, I was kind of envisioning that we could drive over what we've already covered and just make her a little bit higher gradually, but you're saying that's not a realistic thing to do. It's been thought of and dropped.
Remco?
Oh, I think I'm going to say the same as a manager, but whatever. It is how it currently works. The DOCP, our design operating certificate plan, outlines the shape that the landfill needs to have at the end. When we're overfilling somewhere, the ministry requires to reduce the height to compensate for that, so that the entire volume within the shape is the same. So we had the discussions with because in the last several years we had some overfill in an area, and we had discussions with the province. Can we not just keep the height the same? No, they say when you're overfilling something there, you need to reduce the height somewhere else. So we had the discussions, and the flexibility was non-existent there from the ministry to allow us to fill the landfill more than the current DOCP allows.
Okay, thank you. I understand now.
Thank you, Director McMahon, and then Director Hilt.
Right. So even if the giant foot from Monty Python came down and squished our landfill, we still couldn't add more to it. I get that. Of course, we need to survey our landfill. So I'm happy to move that we approve and incorporate this item into the round 2 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. And Director Hilt.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm just looking at the spreadsheet. So this hasn't been done in the past. It looks like this. So this is what's kind of led to a not as efficient filling up of the footprint. So this is something that was even done last year, I guess. This would be kind of a new process to make sure that we maximize the volume that we're filling compared to previous years.
Yes, she's saying yes. Okay, I'm going to jump in with a question. So I don't quite totally understand what this is asking for. Is this also going to tie into how much time we have left at the landfill? Is that part of what this information will give us as well? Or what is this actually doing? Go ahead, Robin.
Thanks for the question. So this will allow a budget so that we can either use internal staff or hire a surveying company to come out to the site and to survey it. So instead of relying on our aerial photos twice a year, we can actually have on the ground making sure that have we filled to the height, the exact height that we're allowed to within our DOCP or our design operations and closure plan. Have we filled as high? Have we filled as wide? So it'll allow us to maximize and make sure that we fill as much as we can, at the same time, not overfilling or underfilling.
So it will tie into giving us more accurate information about the life left in the current landfill.
Yeah,
that's correct. So it would give us more accurate filling, which will ensure that whatever life we do have left, we are using it to the best of our abilities.
Yeah, I have a picture of somebody shoehorning something in. Yeah, I get it. Director Beamish.
In this case, biannual then is twice a year, not every second year. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I was wondering about increasing the base budget for that, so that's good. Okay.
Thank you, Director McMahon.
Actually, biannual does mean every other year. So
that's what I thought.
Should it be semi-annual?
Semi-annual will be better. Yeah.
Do you want it twice a year? Is that what you're looking at? Okay, so that should be semi-annually then.
Yeah, that should be amended.
Okay, do we want to amend the recommendation then? Go ahead.
I'm happy to amend my recommendation to note that it should be semi-annual, not biannual.
Okay, and seconded for the amendment? Seconded, okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Thank you. All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor that Seashell landfill surveying budget request of $5,000 for a base budget increase for semi-annual surveying of the Seashell landfill be approved and incorporated into 2020 round 2 budget. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, page 374, regarding diversion of waste from Seashell landfill.
Thank you.
And yeah, go ahead.
As indicated in the budget proposal, there's a report forthcoming at February IC on this topic. So we recommend this budget item to be defer to round 2 for that
Right.
information to be included in the consideration from the board.
Thank you. I look to directors for recommendation. That this item be deferred to round 2 budget pending further information. Director Hiltz, moved. Seconded. Okay, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 375. And we are on page 15 in our spreadsheet. And page 375, item number 6, future solid waste disposal option study phase 2.
Okay, I found this on the web for several.
Sorry. Why? That was my phone talking to me. Sorry.
Thank you, Siri.
I know.
This is the next phase of to continue to work on identifying options for our next waste disposal option. So the proposal would be, so within the current contract, within the current budget, we are moving ahead with assessing the current feasibility of a transfer station and landfill. And that would only bring us, there will be some field work required there and included there, but not a lot. So this project would really allow us to go more in depth to confirm the feasibility of the sites, to confirm land ownership, archaeological, geological, ecological, and anything related to regulatory, to really, so, and to include public engagement, so that at the end of this phase, we would have all the basic information for the board to confirm where they want to go next.
All right, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I think this is another obvious next step, so I'm happy to move to approve and incorporate this into the round 2 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm just looking at the funding source, and if we had the benefit of 2020 hindsight 10 years ago, this would ideally have been a project that would have been funded by reserves. If is it right? Okay.
Yeah, this would be a perfect reserve fund, reserve project if we would have them.
Great. Thank you.
Director Beamish.
This seems to focus on site investigation as opposed to the broader investigation of options. Are we at that point that we have dismissed the other options of transport or other things as opposed to site? Because right now we'd be looking in at specific sites that I recall are on a map. I wonder if the consultation with respect to those sites should be a first step as opposed to an investigation of ownership and archaeological and everything else relative to the sites. Did we make that decision? I just didn't realize we had kind of become that specific. I thought we're still looking at options that we're looking at, and maybe that's where the consultation goes is relative to the broader option list.
Thank you for the question. I think there's still a lot on the table. The board requested that the next phase, which is currently underway with our consultant, is really to focus to confirm the feasibility of if there's in the Half Moon Bay area, for example, really a feasible site. They will do some preliminary ground truthing if there's a site that could work. The previous stuff was all, the previous analysis were all based on desktop, and there will be some ground truthing being done, as well as some further analysis on what it actually would cost, etc. If the conclusion is that, and those results will be brought forward to the board, most likely at early Q2 board budget meeting. Any decisions, any direction provided by the board at that time will feed into the work that's proposed as part of this project. So the project scope itself will depend on further board direction from the board on what to investigate. If it's waste export, if it's landfilling, and that's all based on the analysis if there's even a site that would be available. Finding a site for a transfer station is in general might not be without hurdles as well, but might be more straightforward than finding a site to actually develop the landfill. So further board direction will be incorporated. This is the scope as described here is draft and can be amended based on any further direction from the board, and will be also topic of that report that we will bring forward in April.
Director Beamish, does that answer your question?
It does. I guess I'm just. I guess one of my questions might be: did the consultants consider any private lands as opposed to just general lands? Because there could actually be private land owners who might be interested in operating a landfill under contract. And has that been investigated? Has that question been asked?
Thank you for the question. We together with our consultants, we did our scan, our first analysis based on just topography of the landscape, and where is there a site, private, not private, that could work. So we did not focus on ground land specifically. If there are private landowners somewhere on the coast that might be interested, let them connect with us. But we have not found a site that would be big enough that would be large enough to actually and would meet some of the criteria in terms of distances from creeks and urban development, etc., which are set out by the ministry to actually host a new landfill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee.
Two questions. I believe this probably will be eligible for capitalization if we go ahead with the project. I'd like to know if that's for sure. And the other thing is, I wonder, is there any grants available for us to do this kind of stuff?
Okay. Tina, you might want to answer, or maybe Remco, maybe you can answer both.
I think I can answer both, but more than happy to if Tina joins in. We can the transition point between when is something an operational project and when is it going to be a capital is really when we know that something will be developed, then we can capitalize it. So, for example, we see that later on when we've made the decision that yes, we're going to develop Church Road, then all the work we can do associated with that can be funded from capital reserves. Once it's still in the feasibility study and it's still potentially something might be transpired into a capital asset, at that time we cannot, according to the current standards, we still need to fund it from operating reserves and or taxation like this project.
Yeah, I was thinking like if we end up, we're going to end up borrowing money, whichever way we go anyways. And typically if we'd used reserves, then when it's time to borrow the money, we just top up our reserve. But in this case, we're going straight to taxation. So it's something we're not going to get back. Well, I guess, no, it is. It's something we're not going to get back. It stays, it sticks. So
that's the same for the Church Road project. We've once the decision was made to develop Church Road, there were still some funds being spent from operating reserves until the loan was approved, and then. But in both cases, the decision was already made to develop that site, and that's not the case here yet. So until a decision is made to actually develop a specific site, all the costs will be taxation or operating reserves is available. And the second question you had was about grants. No, for this kind of initiative, there are no grants available.
Good, thank you.
Okay, Director Beamish, you still have your hand up. Did you have another question? Thank you. All right, so there's a recommendation on the floor that this project for the future solid waste disposal option study phase 2 be approved and incorporated into the 2020 round 2 budget. This is voting all directors. All those in favor? Thank you. Page 376. This is the forklift for the Seashell landfill. I had one question. It looks like the 25,000, the one-time piece is from MFA financing, and the 4,500 then would be from user fees. Is that correct? Is that the split?
Robin, can you confirm if it's user fees or taxation 4,500 base budget?
Thanks for the question. In the budget proposal, we have that it's meant to be that the base budget increase be funded from user fees or tipping fees.
Right, and the one time, the 25,000 is an MFA equipment loan, correct? Okay. Any questions from directors? Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering how much other utilization this piece of equipment could have up there. I mean, anytime I've ever had to take mattresses up to the landfill, I've had to load them onto the stacks myself. So I don't know that this is going to see all that much usage up there, and I'm worried we're purchasing even a used asset that's just going to sit and rust in the yard somewhere.
Who wants to address that one? Remco?
I can start. Last year we had concerns from staff about raising mattresses above their shoulder height, and was confirmed by WorkSafe BC that the practice we had to put actually the mattresses in the trailers to be shipped to the Lower Mainland could be improved. And they really recommended the use of forklift, which is common at other places. It's all about safety of the worker. And so the current practice is that we're filling only our trailers half full and driving them to the city, which is not really, from a GHG and cost perspective, the way forward. So from that perspective, the investment of buying a forklift that will be used daily to load all the mattresses. So the mattresses, the customers will continue to drop them on the ground in front of the trailer. At the end of the day, staff will pick them up and put them in the trailer, and that way we can load the trailer to its maximum capacity. So I think the return of investment will be within a year. We will have cost savings that will exceed the expenditures itself.
Director Toth, follow up.
Yeah, I think Remco caught right near the end there what I was about to ask, which was how many trailers are we currently sending to the city in a year for recycling, and and the reduction that we were looking to see from increasing the density, so to speak.
I think we're sending now once every 2 weeks.
Wow. All right, Director Lee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was curious how the mattresses are handled from the Pender transfer station to Seashell. And also I was curious about the type of forklift, because I was watching them do it in the Vancouver landfill, and they're operating on a hard surface, and I believe Seashell is a soft surface. So I'm kind of concerned that there's additional cost to pour a hard surface to load the truck. So that's why, hence my question.
Staff?
Thank you. To my knowledge, the container from Pender is brought to the Seashell landfill, and then all the mattresses are transferred into the trailer that's going into the city. So the forklift will also be useful for that process instead of that it's all being done by hand. And in terms of the service, the intent is to buy an outdoor forklift, just like we have at Mason Road, propane driven. EV is not an option given the power limitations at the site. Otherwise, that would be definitely preferred. So it will be propane, and it will be an outdoor forklift, so it will have no issues with any of the service available at the site. And in the new drop-off, the design for the new drop-off area, we have incorporated that the mattresses can be placed undercover during the day so that they don't get wet when they're outside, so that the forklift can put them dry into the trailer. Otherwise, they're not accepted at the recycler.
Good. Director's recommendation. Director Lee?
I'd like to move option 1, approve and incorporate into round 2 budget for this item.
Thank you, and it's been seconded. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 377. This is a new option that we haven't seen previously. It's an increase to landfill operations funding, $97,500. And I've got some hands up already. Director Beamish, then Director Ties.
I guess it's a broader question of, incremental increases. So last few approvals we've seen have all talked about increasing the base or using user fees. Now we're going to tax because we don't have enough user fees. So we're actually, in some sense, where we said user fees, we're actually using taxation. And it's tough to see when we make decisions like going to curbside collection, stuff like that these numbers are not factored into those decisions. These numbers come in later and say, okay, as a result of the decision we made previously to do this project, it's now going to be another $97,500 a year at the landfill, which people are going to be taxed for in addition to the user fees they're paying for the curbside collection. So it's kind of trying to get a picture of this whole budget. I mean, we just approved $29,000 for a piece of equipment that has been for years been done in a different way, and we're within 5 years of closing off the facility. So just frustrating that that these numbers just keep going and keep going on the taxpayer. Every decision we're making, I just don't feel we're having a full picture of some of the impacts of those decisions. So it just allow me to express my frustration, because that's all it is right now. If we need it, we need it. But it's one of those things that where are we going to end?
Mm-hmm. I think Director Beamish, I don't think you were back with us yet when this conversation was actually had at the board table. And we have asked staff to come forward with a report to give us that picture, because one of the things that we see is as we continue to divert material from the landfill, if we have fixed costs, the cost to maintain it actually goes up. So how do we deal with the fixed versus variable costs and the whole picture on what this is going to look like? So that, I believe that's the report that's referred to in this recommendation here. Is that correct? Jim Rosenboom?
Thank you. Yes, in part. And the question at hand is, well, and that is the deficit we're currently foreseeing in terms of tipping fees, is the desire from the board to fund that indeed from taxation or from an increase in tipping fees itself? And I think that's board direction. So this project proposal is brought forward to initiate that discussion and to bring it to make it as part of the round of the budget deliberations. But we foresee the need to receive formal board direction if it should be tipping fees or taxation that are being used to offset these costs. Because there is a difference about is the user pay principle versus everybody that's paying.
And are you looking for the decision from the directors now as to the direction that you'd like to go? That's going to be coming from the report, following the report coming to the February meeting. Okay.
So hence my suggestion would be to move this, to defer this decision on this proposal to run
Gotcha. Yes.
pending further information.
Thank you. Director Tives?
I guess GM Rosenboom stole my thunder a little bit, but I would like to see this being used or we see the tipping fees increase, just because we're looking at the pricing options on future landfill opportunities and all that, and all of them are higher than what we're currently charging, even the lowest estimate. So I think we need to slowly ramp up the tipping fees to make the transition to our new disposal option somewhat more seamless. And so I would happily move that we defer this to round 2. So option 2, I think it is, and looking forward to the report.
All right, is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded, thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, I'm going along the same lines. I was wondering, do we have different tipping fees for commercial customers versus residential customers? And if not, why not?
Robin, do you want to?
Thanks for the question. Currently, the rate for garbage, known as MSW or municipal solid waste, is the same. There is not a differential rate. However, that could be something that we could incorporate into, a tipping fee review of MSW and some possible options to sort of share those costs.
As a follow-up, I had a constituent tell me that our garbage tipping fee is $150 a ton, and if you go to the commercial to waste management, they charge $400. So if we are severely undercharging for the service that we are delivering, then we really need to look at that. Also, I noticed the commercial percentage of tipping seems to keep increasing. We've been diverting our residential waste flow, but it looks like the commercial sector just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So perhaps that's what we should be looking at.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, there is a recommendation on the floor that the increase to landfill operations funding be deferred to round 2 budget pending further information. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on. Item number 9, this is an increase to green waste program funding, 100,000. Directors, questions? Seeing no questions. Okay, go ahead, Rose. Go ahead.
If it's beneficial for the committee, I can explain the rationale for this proposal.
Sure.
What we're seeing for several years now is that the volume that we're receiving in terms of green waste and the associated cost is exceeding our budgeted amount. And from a financial sustainability perspective, it's desired that we increase the budget to more aligned with what has actually been occurring and what we also predict to occur this year. So the prediction is that this year that we will receive again a shortfall of about $100,000 for this program if the budget would not be increased. So the current budget for the program is $423,000. So this would bring it up to 523. Thank you.
So for clarification, it says 100,000 for taxation. This would actually be an increase to the base budget. Is that correct? So this would be ongoing. Okay. Thank you. Director McMahon.
I believe that we have a report coming in sometime looking at options for funding this program, such as selling coupons, similar to the way that we sell garbage tags. When would, assuming that we came up with an option like that, how soon would be able to implement it and start funding this program? That's my first question.
Thank you.
I'm going to answer the question in the other context, in a little bit broader context. Staff is still working with staff from the town of Gibsons on an agreement to use for the South Coast site to be operated by a contractor, by an SRD contractor. Once that, we're in the final stages of that. Once that's completed, we can go out for an RFP and confirm the operator, and if the operator is willing to invest in scale on that site, for example, or not. If that's the case, there is significantly more options, of course, for changing the funding model for this function, and it also allows because if there's a scale, it will be permanent site attendance, which is currently also not there. So then also programs like coupon program might be even possible. Because the current site is currently not 100% managed all the time by site attendant, that's not the case. So a lot of questions about future funding models will depend on the outcome of the RFP for the South Coast drop-off site.
Go ahead.
And what's the timeline on that? When are we likely to have some answers?
As indicated, I'm trying to finalize the agreement with the town of Gibsons staff, at least at staff level, on an agreement to use the site. And I anticipated that we are able to complete that prior to the next month's infrastructure services meetings for the March, so that I can bring it forward for endorsement by the approval by the board. So subsequently, we can issue the RFP and go from there. So I think actually the actual transition to an SRD operator of the site won't happen until sometime in Q3 2021.
All right, Director Beamish.
I guess I feel somewhat responsible for this, since I did design and establish this program back around 2006, 2005. So that, and it's been successful. But one thing that I noticed, I'm a regular user up there, having a fairly large property that needs to be cleared of blackberries. There's a lot of commercial use of that site. And we make them sneak on. We make them kind of take their signs down and sneak onto the site to use it. I know some of the people. I talk to them when I'm up there. I'm sure that they would in turn accept an annual permitting fee for them to use it. They're using it anyway, and they're there, and we get no recovery from them. But if they had an annual permit where they could apply for that to the regional district, they just charge that back to their customer. They're currently charging their customer delivery probably to the Seashell landfill or to Seashell. So I think we need to look at that opportunity to give them an opportunity to use proper business practices, not have to sneak onto a site, but to actually be there legitimately as they already are. And I just wonder if we ever looked at that in terms of charging giving commercial operators an opportunity for an annual permit to use the green waste drop-off, and that could be a cost recovery for us.
Who wants to take that one on?
I can maybe respond to that. I think it's It has been discussed previously also in earlier staff reports with the board about the commercial use in the site and our current limitations in terms of managing it, as well as the limitations of us not being able to license commercial operators, etc., etc. So I think a lot of the questions, a lot of the options will indeed depend on if there's a scale on a permanent site attendant, then we can implement, we can have different approaches to commercial versus residential traffic on the site.
Okay, Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. First, a comment and then a question. I believe that this is a responsible thing to do. Your other choice is to burn it on your own property, which is not so good for the environment, and also collecting the green waste and turning it into a soil or reusable is a responsible thing. But I still think people need to pay. Where by having this service, we're saving people, including me, a whole bunch of time. I can just load up my truck and drop it for free. I'd be happy to pay to drop it. And I think most people are. So we're going to talk about it in the study, and we'll undoubtedly get our options. But is there some way we can delay this until we actually do the study and decide which way to go? Because once you put it on taxation, we just pile on top the next year. We never take it off, and we never seem to hold the line. So maybe, is there something we can do just to not make this taxation until we decide what we're going to do?
I think there's two pieces to this, and I'll go to Tina. If you look at on page 378, it says the 2020 budget was under $100,000. So we need to fund that. And then I would agree with you about the second part. So personally, if we're looking at potentially having a scale and a permanent site attendant sometime this year, we probably will have a deficit again at the end of this year, but could then put plans in place for the following year based on volumes of commercial versus residential. So I agree with you. I would not want to see this 100,000 going into base budget. I would say a one-time now, and let's revisit it again next year. Okay. Tina, you have your hand up, I was told. I didn't see you, sorry, you gotta wait.
Yeah, it's okay. And I think you're already touching on some of the comments I wanted to make. And that's a little bit about a prior point, which is just the understanding of what programs are funded through tipping fees and the sustainability of that, and which programs like this one are funded through taxation. So I think understanding how those two are funded and the sustainment of them. So the green waste, when in deficit, essentially the shortfall is funded from tipping fees. So any ability for us to try to catch up and build any reserve is deteriorated. And this is one of the main programs that causes that. So we've had those reports to the board before, and the program right now, it looks like there's a willingness to look at maybe the funding source of it. So the policy decision by the board was fund this program through taxation, but when there's shortfalls, we just steal a little bit of the tipping fee revenue. So I think this is where the conversation needs to go is overall, how can we fund this service holistically and be able to do it on first understanding where these programs are funded. I think it's the board's request, as well as where the funding sources are coming from.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
I thought I had a motion, but now I've succeeded in confusing myself. What it says right on here is base budget increase. And I think what we've felt here is that we don't have an appetite for an ongoing base budget increase, but we would consider, we would look at a one-time budget increase to cover the deficit of 2020. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm not quite sure what to do with this at this point.
Okay, I think Tara, can you help us with this one? We want to approve the 100,000 from taxation and include it into the round 2 budget, but only for 2021. So how do we reflect that in a motion? Yeah, go ahead.
So what I have so far is recommended that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. Budget proposal 9, increase to green waste program funding one time with the review of the program funding in 2022, $100,000 funded through taxation.
Director McMahon?
Lovely, lovely. That's just what I moved.
Okay. Seconded, right? Any further comments or questions? Thank God for Tara. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, so this is option 1, one time. Perfect. Page 379. Sorry, I'm just going to make notes on here. Waste composition study. This is the last item on page 15 in our spreadsheet. $100,000, and there's a note in here. It says that currently the policy for eco-fee reserves does not allow them to be used in support of this project and also the next project. So staff could forward a report to the February committee meeting with recommendations to update the policy to allow both of these projects to be funded from the eco-fee reserves. So I think they're looking for direction from directors at this point. Director McMahon.
What a great idea. I think that sounds like a great idea. So perhaps I could move option 2 to refer this to round 2 of the budget, pending further information about eco-fees.
Okay, and seconded. Now, staff, does that give you sufficient direction?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at the scope of the project, the residential and the commercial split, and 2021 will be the first full year of the green bin. We don't have any commercial, so the piece of information that I'm looking for is like 1 full year of green bin and the commercial. So I'm wondering if this is a place to split these out a bit, because we've only had like 3 months. We won't have a complete year. So I'm just wondering if that's part of the staff's consideration that they could bring back at round 2, is to separate out those out. Do they have to go? There may be economies of scope in terms of the putting them together, but you know, maybe we can't have everything in 1 year.
Staff?
Thanks for the question. For Pender Harbor Transfer Station, it's combined, so all the materials are combined. For the Seashell landfill, we could change the scope and have the commercial waste be conducted in a future year. However, in terms of the cost for a project, there definitely would be beneficial to have it combined, so that when the contracted service provider is over here doing their work, they would just continue that work for however many days to include that additional waste, as opposed to it being a completely independent project.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Hiltz, follow up.
Yeah, the follow-up would be that the commercial would come before the residential. That would be the because the commercial is one of these big missing gaps. You know, the green waste use is the big missing gap. We know quite a bit about residential, but we know almost nothing about commercial in terms of the composition, aside from the big roll-on, roll-off bins. So it would be commercial ahead of residential in terms of composition. So that's what I'm thinking.
Robin, can you comment on that one?
There's also another consideration that isn't outlined a little bit in the budget proposal, and that is a pending board decision regarding curbside recycling services for the electoral areas B, D, E, F. So should the board decide to implement curbside recycling services, then staff would defer this project to 2022.
Okay, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I just think I really wouldn't want to see this deferred because we keep getting questions about what is the composition of our waste. Do we have information about I mean, if we're not measuring the composition of our waste, then how do we know the impact of a program such as Seashell putting in curbside recycling?
Go ahead, staff.
Thanks for the question. That's one of the connections or the purposes for conducting a waste composition study. Is one, it can be used to evaluate the effectiveness of a program. And then two would be to help guide future decisions around what other programs or services should be implemented based on what's still being disposed of in the garbage.
Right. So this is all carts and horses because we're looking at making a decision about curbside recycling without knowing how much recycling is in our waste stream, in our residential waste stream. Yeah.
Robin?
Thanks for the question. So the data that we do have, so we did complete the residential waste composition study in 2014, and then in 2015, Penda Harbor Transfer Station, which includes both, and the roll-off bins at the Seashell landfill, which would be some self-haul and possibly some smaller businesses self-hauling. In both cases, we have the statistics to support. That's why we're investigating the curbside recycling. I believe it was almost a quarter of the materials or more could have been collected through a curbside recycling program. And then that number only got higher if you included items that could be taken to a depot. As well as those results had something I think around 30 or 35% organics, which was the driver behind the development of the SCRD's regional organics diversion strategy, as well as the implementation of curbside collection services for that food waste and the food soil paper. So that data has been integral into the services that we have been provided and the decisions that have been made up to this point.
Remco, did you want to address that too? You're unmuted. You're good?
The only thing I can add is that some of this information, I think we provided to the board earlier, but we presented it to the previous board as part of a workshop series on solid waste, and that included some of the material. So we'll see when we provide it to the board, and maybe re-provide it to the board.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was at that. It was at down in Gibson's at one of the halls. I remember that. I mean, I understand Director McMahon's point about getting a baseline now, but I also know that District of Seashell is going to be implementing organics, diversion starting this year. We're looking at putting in the bans in 2022 at the beginning of the year on cardboard, etc. If we do the baseline now, how do we know down the road that the materials that we're banning or the diversion has actually happened? How do we actually gather that information then to be able to determine that? Do we get volumes of organics that are collected and find out how that compares to the base? Like how do we actually know that putting these programs in have made an impact?
I think, Robin, go first and I will add to that.
Okay.
Thanks for the question. So twofold. So one is through conducting waste composition studies, and sort of a best practice is every 5 years, as well as from the residential curbside collection side, there's tonnages. So for example, for the town of Gibson's, their garbage has been reduced by almost half. So there's the statistics side of the amount of food or food sold paper that's collected curbside, as well as the corresponding tonnages. So for the SCRD, from that first October 3rd to December 31st, I can't recall the number, it was presented in a report, but we did see a significant reduction in the garbage tonnage. So on that side, it's a bit easier to determine that type of an impact, but not from a waste composition side.
Okay, Remco? You good? Okay.
I think the only thing I can add is that ideally, of course, you want to do a waste composition study every year, but that's just not feasible.
Okay. Director McMahon, Director Beamish, and Director Toth.
Yeah, baselines are important, but this is a moving target. And I'm wondering if one of the options would be to separate out and do a separate commercial waste stream composition study one year and then a residential the next. Just asking.
Staff?
What we can do is when we bring this, if the board decides to bring this back at round 2, we can relook at the scope to confirm if there are options and what would make sense in terms of scoping. But yeah, you can take a closer look at that.
All right, Director Beamish?
Yeah, I agree that the baselines are important, but if we're looking at reducing the volume, the overall tonnage of garbage going into the dump, and we then measure that in terms of how much is being diverted through the various programs we have just on tonnage alone, that is a measure of success. If we see that volume going down, notwithstanding what the content is. But if we're reducing the overall volume. And I guess the other thing is, what is the scope of the study of this nature? Is it an ongoing studies or just kind of selecting the occasional load that comes in, say a commercial load, and saying, put that over there, we're going to go through it? Or is it a kind of an ongoing measure?
Go ahead. Thanks
for the question. I would propose that we mirror what was done in 2014, 2015 so that it's comparable. So in both of those years, the samples were done twice a year. So one to kind of represent our summer months where we know that we have higher either seasonal residents as well as tourists, and then one in the fall representing sort of a normalized sort of population. And then what happens is basically samples are taken from a variety of trucks or roll-off bins depending on how the material is delivered to the site. And the consultant has determined how much they are collecting based on loads, et cetera. And then the material is sorted and weighed. And then we receive the results in a weight measurement. So it's a sample.
Director Toth?
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the options of possibly being able to fund these from eco fees instead, things like that, the next one as well. Looking at the eco fee reserve balance on 389. I mean, we obviously have the money in that reserve balance, and I just wanted to be reminded of the sort of things that we can fund from the eco fee reserves. Not seeing any big ticket items on that 5-year chart, but yeah, thank you.
Again, explain that all right now or in the board report that we can bring forward, potentially even to next week IC meeting.
Dr. Lee.
Thank you, Chair. We receive a percent from the government, the EPR, to take care of the recyclables. But for the rural areas, it actually, where costs are much higher in the rural areas because of long distance trucking and things like that, as compared to the big city. And it seems right now we're funded on a one size fits all. Is there any hope of getting a higher rate for recycling from the government for rural areas? Just wondering if that's been explored or if you know of anything.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Robin. You don't have to wait for me. Just go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I was just looking for some clarity around the question. So when you're saying EPR, like what particular item or materials are you referring to? Because that would depend on what my answer would be.
Well, I think most of the money we get back, or that they pay for recycling, is for transportation. And is that the same for everywhere, or does rural areas get a higher rate from the government per?
And you're talking about the funds that we get from Recycle BC for the under the contract that we have with them, I believe, correct?
Yes, that's
okay.
the one. Yep.
Okay, Robin.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying the question. So under the Recycle BC program, they have a set rate per ton per material type that is paid to a regional district or a private business who provides the depot recycling services. That set rate is the same regardless of where the location is in the province. Recycle BC funds all of the transportation and all of the processing costs.
Okay.
So the funds that are provided to those who are hosting the recycling depots, it's intended to fund the operations to provide that depot.
If that was all the case, the way I just heard it, we wouldn't have to have any taxation to run the recycling depot, but that isn't what's happening. We're getting about a quarter of our money from the government and 3/4 from taxation. So there's something wrong with the funding formula in my mind, but I guess I don't fully understand it enough.
Okay. I believe Director Hiltz.
Yeah, Chair. Just unknowns, right? We have some unknowns, and staff is offering to put a few knowns in February ISC, and
Yes.
we'll get something more before round 2.
That's
so,
right.
so some kind of a recommendation that allows that to happen.
Okay, we have on the floor that this recommendation be moved to round 2 pending further information regarding the policy around eco fees. Okay. Anything else we need on here? Staff, you're okay with all the other stuff we've been talking about, or do you want that in the recommendation?
No, we're good.
You're good? Okay. So that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Next item, solid waste management plan update. Again, same thing. This could be funded through eco fees. And staff could bring this back if we move this to round 2. Director McBain.
What a good idea. Let's move this to round 2. Budget for further information about the eco fee eligibility.
All right, is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Any other comments or questions? Director Hiltz.
So the report that's going to come for February ISC can be an omnibus of doing the eco fee for both of these 2 projects. Then that would be the expectation that whether we need to amend the policy will come for both of these projects. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All those in, Director Ties.
Yeah, we're on the solid waste management plan update, and
Yes.
Is that correct? And
Yes.
I'm just wondering if that's going to be a consultant or done in-house.
Staff.
Thank you for the question. I think it will be a combination of both. We will have some external expertise, but we'll definitely also use in-house staff.
Okay. Seeing no further comments or questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on. Item number 12, recycling depot funding. $30,000. And this is goes to Director Lee's question about funding for the Recycle BC. So what directors like to do with this one? Is looking for a base budget increase of $30,000 from taxation. Director Ties.
I just have a clarification question. It says over the last couple of years, the actual revenue from Recycle BC is less than budgeted compared to the initial estimation of tonnage of materials collected. So I'm just trying to figure out, did we produce more tons and we're getting less money, or did we actually have less ton and are getting less money? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Robin?
Thanks for the question. When the estimates were prepared, it's based on a certain amount of tonnage. So there's a few years there that we just did not meet that tonnage amount. So the amount per ton did not change, but the amount of tons that were delivered to the depots did not meet what was budgeted. So this would address a potential budget shortfall.
Director McMahon?
There any hope of increases or changes to the Recycling BC amount that they pay and what they pay for?
Go ahead.
Thanks for the question. Yes, Recycle BC did do a review in 2020 and had some potential increases. However, they received approval from the Ministry of Environment to defer bringing forward their new plan until sometime this year. So any type of rate changes would not take effect until the plan is approved. So they would need to submit it to the Ministry of Environment Climate Change Strategy, and then once it's approved, they would have an implementation date. So there are some additional funds coming, but what exactly those will be and what the impacts are unknown at this point.
Director, seeing no further hands up, would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Hills.
Yes, I'll move option 1, approve and incorporate for this budget proposal.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded, okay. And Director Beamish?
Is it possible that a local government, regional district, could request the province to implement an additional increase, say, in taxation on the, say, bottle charge, simply to recover a local or regional cost of handling? You know, for what I'm saying is, you know, what is it now? 10 cents a bottle for a bottle of pop? What if it was 12 cents a bottle and 2 cents of that came to the regional district? Is that a possible request that we could make to the province, so that we start recovering some fees again directly from the user at that level, as opposed to going to taxation for that person who doesn't drink pop?
I'd like to address that one.
Thanks for the question. I'm just sort of mulling over the implications here. So the refundable containers are not part of the Recycle BC program and are not part of the SCRD depots. They're operated through bottle depots, totally independent, and they are operated through a separate called stewardship agency under a different extended producer responsibility program and under a different approved stewardship plan. I do believe that there is an increase coming, as well as the harmonizing of milk containers are going to be added to the beverage container program to help improve the return rate. That said, you know, the board is welcome to make various requests to the ministry to look at how they are approving plans or what types of fees or charges you know, you would like to see in these plans.
Yeah, I just comment because they are, even though they may not be part of the process, they are a huge revenue stream, even for the recycle depot in Gibsons. And so there is money being made off of those, which we're getting nothing. Yet they, and I just wonder if we go right to the source, if it'd be possible to add a taxation on that. I know we don't have the taxation power, but the province could do. So UBCM question, perhaps.
It wasn't related to this particular item, but this budget proposal is currently listed as a base budget increase. My manager just indicated that that there might be some further increases coming later this year in terms of the funding we would receive. So an option for the board to consider is to make this a one-time increase, pending, and then based on whatever we hear back from Recycle BC incentives, if they will increase over the year or not, confirm any long-term increases as part of next year's budget.
Okay, thank you, Director Pratt, and then Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair Seegers. Just to go to Director Beamish's, I'm going to call it a question wondering, or a wonderment maybe. I think that's a really good one to bring forward, to maybe mull out a little bit more for UBCM. So I'm just going to just put a pin in it for maybe our corporate officer and our CAO to bring back for when we're talking about UBCM resolutions, because I think this is one that we could certainly advocate a little bit further on. We're as local government, we are, I mean, we're getting strained. We see all of these increases for taxation and tipping fees as we divert more and more. And I just want to flag it for the communications is when we're doing the communications around anything around solid waste, is that correlation between the tipping fees, the taxation, as diversion goes up, the costs don't go down, and we really need to highlight that for the community as we go forward. Yes, you might be putting less in as you divert. You might. But it doesn't, and we talked about this in the fall as well, is our costs we still have those static costs, and so everything is getting more and more costly. But we need to be really clear with that in the public that as you know, everything is getting more and more expensive around solid waste, and it's going to continue to here on the coast as we look forward to either our new landfill options or shipping options if we end up going that route. But this is not the end of taxation increase in the solid waste department, and we're going to be looking at significant changes. And I think there's between our communication with our residents, but also there's some huge items of advocacy here that we should be looking at as a board that we'll put a pin in for now, and we'll circle back to that one at a future meeting. But yeah, it's really draining when you think about so, but that's all I have to say there.
Another point to what Director Pratt was saying when we're talking about the costs is the deficit that we have right now, or the lack of funds we have for the closure of the current landfill. That needs to be a piece of that as well. And the money just doesn't grow on trees, although we sure wish it would. Director Lee, Director McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I believe Director Pratt actually covered a few of my questions. Somehow we need to make it clear to the public that recycling is part of the solid waste stream, and getting it out of burying is a good thing, but it's costs more than if we just buried it. And somehow you have to cover those costs. So my take is definitely that we need to do much more advocacy and lean on the government to get more money so make more things returnable and refundable with an at-source levy. Just exactly what Mayor Beamish was talking about. And we need to get that done because it's ending up falling on the taxpayers general taxpayers' shoulders rather than the people that are responsible for creating it. And we need to fix that. So just wanted to make those comments. And I think we really need to get quite serious now that we're starting to understand it. And I believe it's possible for us to get some statistics to support it. And we can start talking about the added cost to the taxpayer when it's not appropriate. The other subject, though, was a question for staff, and that is, our not-for-profits, my understanding is that our not-for-profits, when they're getting a contract signed, include the possible revenue stream from the recyclables that are returnables. In other words, they get money for, and they probably make some money off of it, but that actually helps us reduce our overall cost of recycling. Am I anywhere near correct on that statement?
Tina, do you have any
Thanks
insight
for the
into that?
question. Thanks for the
Robin,
question.
okay, good.
I'll word it this way. Each recycling depot is an independent business, whether it's a not-for-profit, for-profit. They can choose to be a part of any of the stewardship programs or extended producer responsibility programs. So should a depot choose to be part of OnCorp or the beverage return program, that would be a business to business decision. So whatever profits are made, that's outside of the contract that the SCRD has with any of our depot operators.
And a follow-up question. So therefore, when we asked for a bid on doing the recycling, we don't see that part of the financial in the bid. That's the answer, I believe. Yeah.
No, the contract with the SCRD and the different depot operators is for the packaging and printed paper extended producer responsibility. So only those materials that are included in that extended producer responsibility program, which does not include refundables.
Thank you.
Okay, Director McMahon.
Right. Short editorial, then motion.
Well, there is a motion on the floor, just to let you know.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All of this stuff around, recycling fees, we're just shuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic. Until the federal government gets off the pot and simply bans single-use packaging, period, and puts the onus on industry to create an entire supply chain that is reusable, we are not going to get anywhere at all, and the burden will be on local taxpayers. So regarding the motion on the floor, I've managed to forget what it is, but I like the idea of making this a one-year increase and revisiting it next year.
Okay, so the recommendation that's on the floor is that we approve and incorporate this into the 2021 round 2 budget. You'd like to make a recommendation that we amend this to make it a one-time increase for 2021. Is there a seconder for that the amendment? Seconded? All those in favor of the amendment? Thank you. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Thank you. It is now 11:03. I'd like to recommend we take a 10-minute break. Just a comment, what I'm noticing is I think we all recognize the weight of the decisions that are in front of us today. The other 2 days, yes, they were decisions to be made, but we recognize the impact on our taxpayers of the decisions that we're facing today. And we know that most of these are inevitable, that we have to do this. And that's a tough place to be. And it's actually weighing our deliberations down. So take your 10-minute break. We'll come back and we'll move things forward. 11:04, so let's make it 11:15. I'll give you an extra minute. How's that? Welcome back to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting, round 1 budget proposals for 2021. We are on page 382 in our agenda. This is item number 13, Pender Harbor Transfer Station Site Assessment. Directors, any questions? Director Lee.
For this one, I move option 1, approve and incorporate into round 2 budget.
All right, is there a seconder? Seconded. Seeing no further hands up, all those in favor? Thank you. Number 14, road maintenance budget increase for Pender Harbor Transfer Station. And we're looking for a base budget increase. Remco.
Thank you. This is since the release of this the agenda package, some new information, some further discussion were held with ministry staff, and that led us to conclude that we don't suggest this to be a base budget increase, but a regular increase, a one-time increase, and that later this year we bring back a report on future road maintenance of this road.
All right, Director Ties.
So it says here referral to round 2, and that later this year, as you just alluded to, would that be before round 2 then, Remco? No?
No, so my recommendation, so a little bit of the background, I'll back up the garbage truck a little bit. This road turned out that it's an unmaintained road on Crown land that has, that's the official title. So nobody has jurisdiction or an obligation to do maintenance on it, or is required to maintenance on it. The SRD has for decades been maintaining this road to allow access to the landfill. And later this year, we're currently working with the province to make sure that we can continue to do that maintenance, while also later this year seek board approval for potentially an application for a land tenure, so that we can actually have the formal authorization to maintain the road long term, because we don't have it at the moment. So this budget proposal is to ensure that we can continue to do the maintenance on the road, to support landfill, the transfer station operations, and later this year a report will be brought to the board on next steps in terms of securing a long-term authorization to continue to do that.
Director Ties?
So what I'm hearing is that you'd like a motion that this item be option 1, but only a one-time, not a base budget increase.
Correct. Thank you.
I will make that motion.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded? Yes, Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Given that this also is providing access to a number of residential properties, do the residential property owners participate in the maintenance of this road at all, either financially or assistance in kind or what have you?
Thank you for the question. That's one of the things that's currently not. The answer is currently not. However, that's one of the things that staff are considering on how to address that issue moving forward. And that's one of the things that we will need to work out when we, in collaboration also with the ministry, in terms of options, and to see what we can do within the current service establishment for the function, or that we need to change something there as well to allow for that co-funding to be possible.
Thank you, Director Hiltz.
I gotta say, I dug into this one a little bit because it was just kind of interesting. So it's a Forest Service road. So is the intent to try to reclassify this as a provincial road for some portion? Is that the intent? No.
Yeah.
Okay. The other issue, there was also civic addressing issues I think because it's also called the Pender Harbor Landfill Road, the dump road, and the landfill is actually listed as Garden Bay Road, which it's a little ways from. So it's just, yeah, this is a move to kind of straighten that all out and kind of, yeah, it's a bit of a mess. I didn't realize, but
Yeah, thank you for the question. Without explaining, going into the full detail at the moment, currently this is even not considered to be a Forest Service road. It's a gravel road. It's not a Forest Service road.
All right, Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm in favor of seeing this go forward yet at this time. You know, $8,000 is a big, all of a sudden, budget thing for the road maintenance. There's a lot of unknowns around this road. I'd be really interested in knowing, you know, if we can get something combined with the residents down the road. Should we chip seal this road instead of trying to maintain gravel? You know, I've got too many questions. I'm not comfortable moving forward with it at this time.
Right, I think the recommendation on the floor right now is that we approve and incorporate this into the 2020 round 2 budget, but one time only, so that staff can maintain it for this year until they get all of those questions and situations and issues resolved, and then come back to us with a proposal. They're just looking to make sure that it can be used at this point. Director Toth.
Yeah, I guess then my follow-up is that how often has there been a budget request specifically for the road maintenance? Because if the road's been maintained for decades without a budget request for it, why do we need the budget request for it this year?
Good question. Remco.
I can answer that. The road has been maintained for years in based out of the regular budget for the landfill. The other financial pressures on that budget are increasing, as well as that the use of the road has increased significantly, in part with all kind of heavy equipment related to the development at the back of the landfill. That is resulting in deterioration of the road in a faster pace than what we're used to, and that we're able to support within the current budget. So for this road, I think decades no budget increase has been provided.
All right, Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm just wondering if this $8,000 can provide the resources for staff to kind of sort this situation out. And you know, I'm also just thinking, like, I imagine this is a very dusty road in the summertime with increased summer traffic, and the implication to the landfill transfer station. And you know, dust is a problem up at Dusty Road. So I'm assuming that dust is a problem here. So where does that get addressed? And is there enough to kind of sort this all out with the $8,000?
Thank you. The $8,000 would be spent on actual work itself on the road, and not on the regulatory and other processes. Those will be done in-house and within the current budget.
All right, seeing no further questions, we have a recommendation on the floor that the road maintenance budget increase for Pender Harbor Transfer Station for 1 year be approved and incorporated in the 2020 round 2 budget. And the funding source is tipping fees. Okay, of $8,000 up to $8,000. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Would you like that recorded? Okay, recorded, Tara. Thank you. Next item, number 15, 0.9 FTE site attendant. And this is for Seashell Landfill and Pender Harbor Transfer Station. Yeah, Remco?
A report supporting this request is forthcoming to February, I see. So staff's recommendation is to defer this decision on this one to run to for that information to be provided, and in the context of changing to operating hours, etc.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, I'm just wondering to what extent staff has looked into having some technology to actually aid the process and maybe not needing more staff, things like downward looking cameras and that kind of stuff that can look into the back of a truck bay or into the back of a truck. Just wondering.
Staff? I think he's looking at you, Robin.
Thanks for the question. In terms of cameras or whatnot, usually the use of those is at the scale, where a scale attendant would be able to see what's in the load. That would support sort of the conversation that takes place when a customer enters the scale. All the other waste screening activities are done sort of that interaction. So that's where the staffing request is to support having the 3 site attendants at Seashell Landfill during all operating hours and having 1 site attendant at Thunder Harbor Transfer Station during all operating hours, so that we can improve our waste screening, which will support our current efforts as well as the impending landfill disposal bans.
Director McMahon and then Director Lee.
Yeah, I'd like to move that this be referred to round 2 budget pending further reports from infrastructure services.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded? Thank you. Seeing no further hands up, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, item number 16, audit of South Coast Green Waste Drop-Off Depot. And this is a new recommendation. Director McMahon.
Yes, I would like to move that this be approved and incorporated in round 2 budget. We need to know what's going on at our green waste transfer station. Otherwise, we're making decisions without the information we need.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's a relatively small amount of money, but I'm actually wondering if this is something that we can fund from our eco fees reserve instead of additional taxation.
Staff, was this something that can be funded under the policy?
Currently not. Currently, we can definitely look at it. We haven't confirmed it actually. We can take a look at it if it fits the intent of the eco-fee reserve. Manager, any question, any thoughts?
Thanks for the question. I definitely appreciate the opportunity to explore other funding options. Without having what that update will be presented to the committee very soon, I'm not certain that it would fit because this is very operational. So the eco-fee reserve and its intent is to support the solid waste management plan and its initiatives, as well as waste reduction and waste diversion. So this may be too operational in nature to fit that scope.
Maybe. Okay, Director Hiltz and Director McMahon.
Yes, thanks, Sherry. I was hoping that it met the criteria, the one-time projects as well. And looking at the budget proposal, the Sunshine Coast operators can skew data. So the stealth aspect of being able to do a randomized selection, because once word is out that someone's watching, stuff moves through the Sunshine Coast, and the data just people are quite creative once the word gets out that we're being watched. So I'm all in favor of it. It's absolutely necessary. We got a $400,000 cost for this I'm not necessarily at this facility, but it's expensive. We need some data, even if it might be a little bit skewed based on operators getting involved in tinkering with it in their daily deliveries. Yeah, so thank you. I'm in support.
Okay, Director McMahon.
Well, Director Toth made a really good suggestion. So perhaps we could amend this motion or defeat it and then do another motion. And I like the idea also of adding the word stealth audit.
All right. Director Toth.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that, we're looking at like the waste composition study and stuff like that as well. So I think that this is something that we should be looking at other alternatives for funding sources. Like I say, I know it's a small amount of money, but every little bit counts, and it's a bit of the principle of the matter. So I would be fully in support of this, exploring other options for funding where we can.
Thank you. Director Beamish.
Yeah, I don't think there's any such thing as a stealth audit being discussed in front of the newspaper. So I think that have we ever thought of the idea of simply going out to some of the contractors and with a letter or survey and asking them if they use the site, how frequently they use it, what kind of volume do they put in it? I mean, looking at whether or not there's noxious weeds in there, that could be done at any time. But why don't we just ask the contractors if they're using it and what they would think would be a reasonable compensation for continued use? I think that might be a more direct approach. We're trying to address a situation that we understand is ongoing. We don't know the scope of it. We haven't asked. And I think that rather than start hiding behind trash barrels, we should actually ask them the question.
I was thinking costumes, like that's what came in my head. Director Hiltz and Director McMahon.
Yeah, the covert operation, I think is maybe not in staff's idea, but I think where it does touch on SCRD policy is the video surveillance policy and privacy policy that I believe staff are actually working on about if you're going to have, this is Town of Gibson's has a number of surveillance cameras out there to watch their wells and things like this. Whether a technological solution to monitor for a period of time might be an option as well. It's easier to review after the fact the video rather than trying to be disguised as a yellow bin in the corner with a periscope coming up. Yeah.
Director McMahon.
Yeah, I don't know how much work is involved and what else is on our transims right now, but I like the idea of surveying residents to find out who's using the green waste and how they would feel about paying for it different ways too. It can't hurt. It would also draw some attention to the issue and to the cost of, I'm a big supporter of the green waste site. I love it, but it's very expensive and we do have to look at other options. We do have a motion on the floor. What are we going to do?
Motion on the floor is to approve and incorporate into the 2021 round 2 budget $6,200 from taxation to do an audit of the South Coast Green Waste Drop-Off Depot. And this is currently funded from taxation. So all those in favor of the motion on the floor. Director Hiltz, you wanted to speak to it first. Sorry.
Yes, sure. I think we were talking about alternative sources of looking at the eco fees as an amendment to that recommendation.
Okay, so someone needs to make a recommendation or an amendment to the motion on the floor. And the other issue is if we are looking at eco fees, we need to defer this to round 2 because staff need to confirm whether or not it can be funded from that. So I think what Director McMahon was saying was defeat this motion that's on the floor right now, and let's make another one to refer it to round 2, having staff investigate whether or not we can use eco fees for funding. Okay, Remco.
Let's wait. I'll get back after the decision is made.
Okay.
Defeated.
Okay. All those in favor of the recommendation on the floor? Right. All those opposed to the recommendation on the floor? Thank you. All right. Now, Remco?
I would like to, before decision is made on to defer something to round two, I would like to have the clarity on the requested scope. Is it the audit as was initially requested by the board, or is it audit and survey of the willingness to pay and funding models, et cetera, et cetera? Thank you.
Right, Director McMahon.
I think a survey is a different issue. So let's just concentrate for the moment on what we've got here. And I'd like to make a motion to refer this budget proposal to round two for pending further information on whether the eco fee funding would be available for this.
Okay, and I'm going to challenge you on that recommendation, because what I'm hearing from the board is they want this to happen, right? They want this to happen. We just don't know how to pay for it at this point. So could we, and Tara would have to give me clarity on this, can we approve it and incorporate it into the 2021 round two budget, 6,200, with information coming back at round two, identifying potential funding sources, including eco fees? So then it's, because we say we want to do this, it's just how are we going to fund it is what the conversation is. Would you be okay with that? Tara says yes. She's nodding. We can do that. Director McMahon, you're okay with that? Okay.
Yeah, I moved that.
Okay, and that's seconded. All right. All those in favor? Thank you. All right. Remco, did you have more to follow up then? No, you're good? Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you. Moving on. Number 17 on page 385. BioCover Feasibility Study Phase 2. And this is requested, they're requesting that we refer this to round two, but it is a new recommendation that we have not seen before. Director Ties.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like if we want to refer this to round two, that there's more information coming, but I'm just curious. So the BioCover reduces methane emissions, which is great. Are there any requirements that require us to do this? Is it just an aesthetic thing on top of that, or what? Is there any reason we couldn't defer this to, say, next year or something like that?
Right, staff. Go ahead.
Thanks for the question. The purpose of utilizing a BioCover instead of a traditional cover is to reduce GHGs. In terms of timing, this is so phase two of the study. So phase one was completed. This would allow further feasibility to determine a more refining of the costs. And given the remaining lifespan of the Sechelt landfill, and the timing, we would need to complete this project on the timeline, so bringing forward a budget proposal this year if we wanted to consider using this as an alternate to the traditional cover method when we close the Sechelt landfill.
All right, so I don't believe we have a recommendation on the floor yet. There was talk of it. Director Ties?
Yeah, I'll go with option 2 as recommended by staff, that this be deferred to round 2 budget.
Pending additional information. Seconder?
Confirmation.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, item number 18, traffic control lights for Pender Harbor Transfer Station. Directors, any questions? Director Toth.
I challenge the cost, but I'm also at this time willing to move option 1 on it. I think, it's a safety issue. It's important to get it done. don't think we're going to be seeing a $10,000 cost for this item, but yeah, I'm happy to move it at this time.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any further questions or comments? So this has been, the motion on the floor is that we approve and incorporate in the 2021 round 2 budget, $10,000 from taxation for traffic control lights for Pender Harbor Transfer Station. All those in favor? Thank you. Number 19, Wild Safe BC. Questions, comments? Director McMahon.
I have previously been somewhat skeptical of this program. However, folks in the community have talked to me and feel that it delivers a good value. Still a little more than annoyed, actually, that the provincial funding is discriminatory against regional districts. That's a problem, and maybe we should look at some advocacy around that. But this coming year will be the first full year of the organics curbside pickup in the rural areas, and I think it is particularly important that we have that program in place. So, okay, I'm going to stop there and see what other people have to say.
Thank you. Director Ties and then Director Toth.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, you know, we just increased it rather generously last year, I believe, and I'm just wondering why we're increasing it again. I think, you know, gradual, and I don't think we need to increase it by another 50% at this point.
Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned in the spreadsheet here, it says that it's been co-funded previously. It's not likely to be co-funded for 2021. I think that this is one of those positions that's a nice to have, but I think when we're looking at a budget like we are, I don't think this is a need to have. And this is a program that we have done without in the past for a few years at a stretch. So I'd be more interested in setting the program aside for this year and seeing what we can do to improve our chances at getting re-eligible for co-funding from the province.
Thank you. Director Hills.
Thanks, Chair. I'm actually supportive of keeping this in. For me, it's a proactive step of preventing any negative public reaction to the green waste bin, which we're still learning. We haven't kind of gone through a spring. The bear is going to be coming out in the spring, the first time to have a crack at the green bins. So if there's a time to do it, and it's the low cost, high value, and the defensibility of the green bin program. So for me, I'm supportive of it as it is presented.
Thank you. Director Beamish.
Yeah, one of the downsides, of course, of a failed program in this instance is more dead bears. And I think that we need to do as much as we can when we are establishing programs that put more garbage on the street, that we need to manage that program. And I'm certainly not in favor of discontinuing at this time, because I think that we need to see what that impact is going to be. There's also the Bear Aware program, there's another group that's actively involved in our areas. And I think that I really am concerned that that people need to learn to manage that waste stream as they put it out in the street. I see some people where I live, they put their green waste out the night before. This time of year, that's not a problem, but certainly come springtime, that will be a problem. So I think we need to both continue the education, but we also need to look after the interests of the wildlife. And this is probably the only program we have that's doing that. So I certainly support it.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I support it for 2021, although I would like to see us, as I said, advocate for other funding sources and also look into what other options we have. I mean, the reason that we have this particular program is that it was previously funded. Is it the best program? I don't know. Could a community group do this? I don't know. So I am happy to move to approve and incorporate this in round 2 of the budget.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Would you like that recorded? Thank you. Tara? Moving on, item number 20. Book recycling at Pender Harbor Transfer Station and Seashell Landfill. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Gibson's Recycling Depot, and I'm not sure that the amount budgeted here is sufficient to cover the program. So I would like to suggest that staff double check on the costs of this and get back to us for round 2, because if what I hear is correct, $10,000 is not going to do it. So that's a motion to refer to round 2 budget pending further information from staff on costs.
Okay, Director Lee. Oh, first of all, seconder for the recommendation. Seconded, thank you. Director Lee.
Yes, first thoughts that come to mind to me is how about our traditional method of collecting this stuff? In other words, could we ask GRIPS to do this instead of putting it in our landfill?
So you're thinking more about recycling books rather than
Yes.
garbage? Yeah, thank you. Staff? Yeah, Robin?
Thank you. That's the intent of this budget proposal, is to fund a book recycling program. The locations that are currently proposed are the Seashell Landfill and the Pender Harbor Transfer Station. That would allow the staffing costs to be funded with existing approved budget, where then we would only have to fund the transportation and the processing. Should the SCRD board like to have book recycling in other locations that are not operated by the SCRD, we would have to go through a request for proposal process, which we could do, and we did previously in 2019, and we only received the one bid for a location in Gibson's, which is where this budget proposal came from, was trying to fill that need for recycling of books instead of a possible disposal in the landfill.
Thank you. Director Lee, further?
I was just trying to figure out which one would be the most cost effective, is where my head was on this. But I think if we've suggested that our recycling centers have been asked to do this and did not bid on it, it kind of says that we have either do this or we don't do it at all. So I think my question was answered.
Director Hiltz?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm on the further information on this. Is reading the budget proposal that the RFP in 2019, or that contract, looks like it will be expiring. So yeah, and the resolution was to explore the drop-off site, opposed to at this point recommending a solution. So I guess I was thinking of more of the exploring reporting back rather than this is what we want to do. So that's kind of, I'm not, this is more of a program, right? So that's what I'm trying to sort out. Are we exploring, or are we creating the funding to initiate the program? And right now, as I understand, it's only Gibson's Recycling that receives books, I think. So I'm looking for the more information piece, rather than just the numbers, more on the exploration aspect of the project.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to that, Robin? You don't have to.
It looked like Remco had his hand up, so I'll see what he has to say, and then I may chime in as well. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Remco?
We can explore a lot, but I was wondering what are the specifics you would be looking for in terms of information?
Director Hiltz?
I think, mine is what is the best way to do this? What is it depots? Is it the landfill? And I think that's kind of to put it into context more, opposed to this is what we're going to do. Is the decision is made essentially in terms of the solution, and I don't think the board has had an opportunity to see what the possible solutions are. So yeah, that's the details. There's the timing aspect of when I was reading the RFP, it went, I think June. It was a 2-year term. I don't know if there's renewable aspects of that contract. So it's up this year. And what will be the gap left if there is no book thing for 6 months? Is this a next year thing and we're going to just let the books go somewhere that is not being reused or recycled? So that's the context.
Director McMahon?
Yeah, pretty much. I agree with Director Hiltz. Just want to understand this program better. And I do understand that the book recycling situation keeps changing. Moving target is my phrase of the day here. This is another moving target. So I'd just like to get some updated information along the lines of what Director Hill said.
All right, so there's a recommendation on the floor that this be moved to round 2, deferred to round 2, pending further information from staff on cost and other items as laid out, whatever.
Solution
Other
options.
solution, and solution options. Okay, perfect. I like that. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. That brings us to the end of these recommendations. I had one question for staff on page 389. Under the eco fees, what I noticed is the contributions have been staying static or are considered to be staying static. Have they stayed static in the past? Given that this is a fee based on volume, are we not seeing any fluctuation in the number? Yeah, Robin?
So I'll attempt this question, and then I don't know if Tina wants to jump in or Remco. So the amount that is contributed to the eco fee reserve varies every year. So for the purposes of planning, 63,000 was put in there for 2021, and then we carried that forward because we are seeing still high levels of materials being buried at the landfill. But this gets updated each year for that current year, so it'll get updated for 2022 for what the actual contributions will be.
So what you're saying is we have been seeing an increase in the amount contributed year over year, given our volumes have been increasing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. Annex TT on page 390. Thank you, Robin. We are moving into budget proposals for North Pender Harbor Water Service. The first one is for a Garden Bay pump station feasibility study treatment improvements. And this is a new proposal. Did we want somebody to speak to this one?
Thank you, Chair. I'll do a brief introduction for the North Pender system. The majority of the proposals for the North Pender water system are related to water metering programs, but also include 2 feasibility studies. And the water metering program budget presented will help the utilities department to identify leaks, improve our data management, and help us communicate better with customers, while the feasibility studies will assist with long-term treatment and surface supply sources. The North Pender budget proposals continue the focus on where we're getting our water from and to provide more tools to help us to ensure the water system is as efficient as possible. The first budget proposal is for the feasibility study for treatment improvements for the Garden Bay pump station. It's considered a Class 2 treatment facility. And currently there's disinfection, but not water treatment. And occasionally throughout the year, Garden Bay Lake does a turnover. That's when the lake stratifies and the water levels cause the water to mix, and it makes the turbidity raise in the water. And we include Vancouver Coastal Health when that happens. And what we do currently is increase the sodium hypochlorite and manage chlorine residuals more than we normally do. But we think it would be a good idea to do a feasibility study on how to address turbidity in the system on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to Director Ties, I just want to point out we have now flipped over to page 18 in your spreadsheet, in case you're following along there. We've skipped a page we'll be coming back to. Director Ties and then Director Hills.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the first item and the Garden Bay pump station. I hope I'm not jumping the gun here. Just wondering, in the past, I've been under the impression that gas tax funding can only be used for things that create a tangible asset, and a feasibility study wouldn't apply for something like that. So just wondering if, in fact, the gas tax is an eligible funding source.
Thank you for the question. I will answer that one. Given that gas tax, my understanding and discussions with our CFO is that gas tax can be used for this study because it is not really a question of if this treatment, the treatment that is planned, will need to be updated a bit more, how and when. Because there is uncertainty that at some point in time it is required that it will be upgraded. It's eligible for gas tax funds versus a real feasibility study where it's more a question of, is this really a good thing to do or not? But I think that question, that's not the case here. It's more a question on how, when and how. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just, I can't remember, is this, if there was the question is, was there UV redundancy in this plant? I can't, this has happened in a couple plants. I'm just wondering, was North Pender, did it have UV redundancy in its treatment? I can't remember if there was a project on that in the past.
Yes, thank you for the question. There is. We're in the commissioning stage right now.
You, Director McMahon.
Yeah, when the source is identified as gas tax, does it need to be specific to which rural area will pay in from the gas tax fund?
Tina, I think that's a you question. Now we can't see you and we can't hear you.
She ran and hid.
Oh, sorry. So, sorry about that. So, is the question where or how the gas tax are allocated for this project?
Yes, from which area?
Yeah.
So currently, Community Works gas tax funds are separated per rural area. And so this would be envisioned to come out of the Area A allocation.
Okay. I just think we should specify when we're saying this so that we're very, very clear on these things.
Yeah. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to recommend option 1, but it sounds like maybe we need to change wording to the proposal to indicate Area A. My understanding was it was coming from Area A gas tax.
So you'd like to move that this be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. Budget proposal 1, Garden Bay pump station feasibility study treatment improvements funded from Area A gas tax funds.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. All right. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on. Item number 2, water metering program leak correlator. And this is one I noticed through the package that is coming up in each one of the water areas.
There are several that will be reoccurring.
Yes. So this is for, what are we on now? We're on North Pender Harbor Water. So we're looking at a $2,000 contribution. $5 funded from now it says operating reserves or grants. So what are we looking to specify here?
Funding source will be operating reserves. If there are grants available, we'll apply for them, and we'll bring forward a report to seek approval to apply for them, and they will then offset the operating reserves. But we can't include anything in the program in the budget that is dependent on grants. So that's why operating reserve is the primary, should be identified as the funding source.
Okay, Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Sherry. Yeah, just a little details on the split. I'm between the various functions. A metric you're probably maybe using like kilometers of pipe or something like that, or some tangible metric. So,
thank you for the question. It's over the years we've it's not based on length of pipe. It's more that we have used 5% for these kind of projects, 5% North Pender, 10% South Pender, given the magnitude of the system, including the number of taxpayers, and then 85% for regional. So these projects, this project and several others have currently that we applied that ratio for their funding, which is consistent with what we've done in the past for similar projects.
All right, Director Lee.
I'd like to move option 1, approve and incorporate into round 2 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Okay, before we vote on this, I want to address your attention to item number 3. Because item number 3 is tied into this one, in that we would be looking at hiring a one-time 0.43 one-time casual employee to actually run the pilot.
Chair Seegers, can we bring Director Toth back into the meeting, please? He had to leave and come back in.
Thank you.
Maybe if you allow me, Chair, I can explain.
Yes, please.
The connection between. At the December 15 meeting, staff and the board had a discussion about the scope for the leak correlator around 4. And at that time, the board decided or provided direction to staff to bring forward a budget proposal for the purchase of the leak correlator, and that the scope of its use would be to use it as part of daily operations. So budget item 2 would allow staff to use the leak correlator as part of as an additional tool to our current operations, and we can identify leaks on the go. At that time, there was also staff brought also forward the option to do a full review of all water mains on the coast in all the systems, and there was at a value of $150,000 annually. Subsequent, that was not supported at that time by the board. Subsequent staff reviewed and reconsidered the options and felt that it would be beneficial for the board to also consider a pilot where we target the water mains in north and south that we consider to be the highest risk of having leaks, as well as doing small stretch in the regional water system. And so this budget proposal number 3 would allow for 50% of the systems of north and south to be tested. Those would not be representative of the entire system, because we would target the most the water mains that where we expect that the most leaks will be, as well as an area, small area within the regional water system where we also expect that there is the highest chance of any risk being present. So option 2 is related in the sense of option 3, that budget proposal 3 we cannot implement without option 2. However, option 2 can also be approved as a standalone.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. We've got Director Toth and then Director Hiltz.
Thank you, Chair. I seem to recall with the leak correlator discussion at a previous meeting that there were some issues with its efficiency or its effectiveness along like highway corridors and what have you. I'm just wondering if those have been addressed or resolved, or is this a device that's still going to have limited uses within our toolkit?
I think that's what we would like to find out. Leak detection units that I've used in the past along the highway with heavy traffic, they're really hard to use. So through this, through the pilot, we'll find if we need to go out at midnight or if we can actually use this during the day. In the past, I've gone out at 2 o'clock in the morning to try and find leaks in Selma Park because the traffic is too heavy. I'm hoping this equipment won't have us needing to do that.
Director Hiltz and then Director Ties.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm supportive of the proposal, and the question of the casual. So this would not have to be a recruitment. There's a capacity within the human resource pool to pull from SCRD such that this expertise would remain within the expertise of using the tool.
I think we're mixing up two proposals here. So that number 2 is the actual correlator. Number 3 is the staffing member. And I don't believe we're on that yet. But the answer to that, if you want it right now, is that my plan would be to use an experienced person to do this work and backfill them with casuals as required.
Okay, so the recommendation on the floor is with regards to funding budget proposal number 2 for the water metering program leak correlator. And this was, the recommendation is to approve and incorporate into the 2021 round 2 budget. And for this function, it's $2,000 from operating reserves. That's the recommendation that's on the floor. Director Ties.
Yeah, just a quick question. GM Rosenboom mentioned that that the intention was for the pilot to focus mostly on those water mains that are most prone to failing because they're old and are not ductile iron. So I'm just wondering if as part of the pilot we can include some of the newer ductile iron just to make sure that we have a bit of a gamut, and so that we can actually confirm that ductile iron is also suitable for this technology and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you for the question. We can definitely include some more recently installed. However, in North and South, there were water mains installed only in the last several years, and we're definitely not suggesting to include those because they are so very recently installed. I think that it would be less efficient to look for mains there.
If I can add as well, when we install a new water main, it's pressure tested to 200 psi for 2 hours, and there's an allowable loss because of the air in that system, that kind of a thing. But so each new water main is pressure tested. So all of those new water mains we put in North and South Pender would have been pressure tested at 200 psi for 2 hours before they were put into service.
All right, we have a recommendation on the floor for budget item number 2. Everybody's clear on what we're voting on? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to budget item number 3, which we have talked about as well. This is for water metering program leak correlator pilot, 0.43 one-time casual employee for the pilot. Would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Lee.
I'd like to recommend option 1, approve and incorporate into round 2 budget.
Thank you, and it's seconded. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, water metering program Neptune 360 software and hardware. And this amount has been updated from 14,000 to 33,000, looking at being funded from user fees. Any questions from directors?
Maybe if I'm allowed.
Yes, go ahead.
I can.
You can jump in any time. I'm okay with that.
It's this budget proposal would support Neptune 360 is a software we're using to collect meter read data, and this is to support the annual fees, as well as the increase compared to pre-budget is that some hardware that we use to attach the meter read infrastructure to is now included as well. So that's a hardware piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you. I recognize that there is some new hardware that needs to be purchased, and that's a chunk of that cost. I'm just looking at the 2022 and then the 2023 costs in the life cycle breakdown. And so next year we should see it drop down a fair bit, but then in 2023 it's going to jump back up. I'm just wondering if you could speak to any knowable cause for that at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a good question, and I knew the answer to that question. It has something to do with this year. We're getting next year. I will have to come back to you with the answer on that one. And these are the data we received from our supplier, from Neptune, and there was a rationale behind it, but sorry, I haven't got the detail.
Director Lee.
Yes, I was just wanting to clarify or make sure I understand this correctly. We've already set our user fees for 2021 and approved them with the bylaw, and yet we're looking at an increase in budget. I guess it's coming from reserves, user reserves. So I don't think we have to specify that, but my question is, do we have to specify that, or will it just automatically happen?
No, we have to specify the source of funding. You are correct in saying that essentially the user rates have already been approved. So those user rates were to go towards funding in anticipation of some of these projects. The sustainment of some of these projects will have to be contemplated as we look to future user rate increases. But yes, that is the identified source of funding right now, because those particular funds, when we raised the user rates, the operational didn't quite balance off. So this would fund that particular amount. So we have to identify the source of funding.
And so the answer is that user fees is adequate, or?
For 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Hiltz.
Thank you. Yeah, and the way this is scoped right now, will if proposed in the future, the regional district was to add another 5,000 water meters, would this be adequate to manage those water meters? Okay.
Yes. Yep. No problem.
Thank you.
I was going to say, it's another cost again. I get it. And one of the things that we tasked staff with was to start getting this software in place to be able to work with the residents on getting them information, making sure that we had the technological support in-house to be able to support the water meter program moving forward. So I'm glad to see this on here. Director Hiltz. And
yeah, I just wanted to reframe that. The message that I heard from the public: if you're going to measure the water, use the data.
Yeah.
Right. So this is how we use the data. Yeah.
Yes. Remco.
I received some clarification on the question from Director Toth from a while back from the fluctuation over the years. It's included it's considered that in 2023, currently phase 3 meters in Shishot area will be installed as well. So that's why there's a jump, because there is a per meter fee, but in that per meter fee, there is also already included that because of growth, there's an annual increase as well. Thank you.
All right, Director Hiltz, you had another question? Looking for a recommendation? Director Lee?
I'd like to move that we go with option 1, approve and incorporate into round 2 budget for this item.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, item number 5, water metering program development of customer relationship management tool.
I can maybe speak about that a little bit. So last year, a project was approved to include two dual kind of water data analysis. And as part of the project, we also scoped how the customer relationship management tool would look like. A CRM tool would allow us to all kind of analysis that we're currently doing through means like Excel by hand, and that we would all automate that and connect systems to each other, so that if a customer calls that I would like to see, or can you send me a copy of my water bill, that automatically in that system there's already data about the use of the person in the last several years, if there is a leak detected or not, so that all those systems are connected and that there is just a more integrated approach so that we can better support residents and feed that information to my SRD.ca as well. So it's really an automation and integration of systems. Thank you.
So will residents be able to actually go online, whether through their phone or online through our website, be able to access their data and their information themselves, or will that still require staff intervention?
We are doing our utterly best to see if we can get that online tool available in early Q2 prior to the AAP of the metering for the metering installation.
Awesome, awesome. All right. Would someone like to make a recommendation? Director McMahon. Oh, lots of hands. Director McMahon, Director Lee, Director Ties.
Oh, all right. I'll move that this be approved and incorporated into our round 2 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All right. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, number 6, water supply plan feasibility study, long-term surface water supply sources. I think this follows our last.
This recommendation.
No, this is a new one. Yes, awesome.
Yeah. This recommendation stems from recommendation from the board to us to prepare this budget proposal, and that recommendation from the board was initiated by a recommendation from WASAC that we would again look at Clohome, Rainy River, Sakana connection. The reason why it's brought up here as part of North Pender is because of the connection with the Sakana, which would of course be also, it could be beneficial for the north and as well as the South Pender systems as well, if there would be such a connection because of redundancy in water supply, etc. So that's why it's brought up here. But as you can see, the contribution from North is currently stated as minimal compared to 370, the regional water system, because staff considered that 370 would be the big beneficiary of such study. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Unquestionably, this study needs to be done. My question is whether it needs to be done this year. Could we defer this to 2022, given the large number of very expensive projects we have?
Thank you for the question. Given the results of the groundwater phase 2 and Great Creek study as presented January 20, infrastructure services meeting. If there is significant opportunities to address a water supply deficit for the upcoming 5, 6, 7, 8 years with those sources. So the immediate need to develop new water supply sources like this is less than it appeared to be 2 months ago, or 3 months ago when this when this recommendation was made. So if we delay this for a year, it can be. The impact of that will be is that any update to the comprehensive regional water plan the completion of such program would be dependent on the plan would be dependent on the results of this study.
All right, Director Ties, Director Hiltz.
So yeah, I hear that this is, I guess the comprehensive regional water plan is dependent on the data from this. But I do think that in the short and maybe even in the medium term, we don't have to look at this at this point in time, and I think we've got enough fish to fry. So I think 2022 or even 2023, 2024 sounds good to me.
Thank you, Director Hiltz, Director McMahon.
I agree that there's definitely merit in the deferral. My question is there time to have this referred to WASAC before round 2? I believe there's a WASAC, I can't remember when the next one is in March. So because it came out of there, and one of the things that has been coming out of WASAC is something like the decisions are done and then we're there to confirm. If possible, that would be a motion I would like to have WASAC have a crack at this, if the timing is possible.
Thank you for the question. At ISC next week, a recommendation from WASAC will be brought forward, asking for approval if they can meet again in March. If the approval is granted, we can bring this for the meeting will be on March 1st, and round 2 is currently scheduled for March 4th and 5th. So that would allow WASAC to have say on the timing of this budget proposal.
Okay, Director McMahon and Director Toth.
Okay, I support Director Hiltz's suggestion. I'm just wondering if there is any synergy between this process and a regional growth strategy. We've got all these carts and horses again. Mm-hmm. So what comes first? Do we need to know water supply, or do we need to know how much we're growing and make decisions there?
Thank you for the question. The growth strategy is primarily, it will impact the calculation of the water supply deficit. So we recognize that the water supply deficit calculations at a certain point will need to be updated, and that growth projections, updated growth projections should be included in that. So once they are confirmed, the water supply deficit, the results of this project will determine to what extent surface water sources can fill any remaining deficit that there is.
Thank you, Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I like the idea of checking with WASAC about the idea of deferring this. I don't think I want to see it deferred more than a year, maybe 2. We talk a lot about how the right time to do things was 10 years prior, and I don't want to see a board in 2032 or 2033 going, 10 years ago, it would have been great if we had looked at these bigger water projects. And I think the community was pretty clear on that too. Like we talk about, 2035, but what about 2055 or 2075? And even if these studies, this work is done and shelved, published so the public knows that we did the work, and then a future board can go, okay, you know what? If it's going to take us 10 years to develop this, now's the time to start. Let's pull that off the shelf. Let's make sure it's still current and let's do it. But without that base information, we don't even know, is it going to take us 30 years to develop some of these sources? We just don't know. And so I would be in favor of seeing what WASAC thinks about deferring it, but I still want to see it come forward in the next couple of years. Thank you.
Director Pratt.
Thank you. I tend to agree with Director Toth on this. I don't, we've seen too often how sometimes other regulatory processes can slow us down or even stop projects that we have going. Like, I'll use the example of the Chapman Lake expansion project. That was one that this board had previously put a lot of time and energy, and that's one that completely evaporated and changed the expectancy for water in a lot of cases. And we've also seen with Church Road, we've been held up a little bit there. I would support sending this to WASAC for additional feedback, and I would agree. I don't want to see this deferred more than a year or two either. It's something we've heard really clearly from the community through our water dialogues of 2019. This is one of the sources that they wanted us to look at. So I think we've got to keep it on the radar and keep it more short to medium term than longer term.
Good. Director McMahon?
Yeah, I'd like to move option 2, that we refer this to round 2 budget, pending information from WASAC.
Mm-hmm. And I think what specifically we're asking for is consulting with WASAC on the feasibility, consultation and feedback on potential deferral, and if deferred, timing to bring it back. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Yep, the seconded for the recommendation. All those in favor? Thank you. All right, we're going to get through another three items, and then we're going to break for lunch. Item number 7, capital infrastructure project technicians 1.5 FTE.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. If I would like to introduce that item. Last several years, several years ago, we created a new division within Infrastructure Services Department, Capital Projects. We hired Mr. Mizuriak to lead that, and the team currently consists of him, Trevor Rodley, our Capital Projects Coordinator, and a to-be hired person that will primarily work on ports capital projects. So for water, the FTE count is about 2 FTE, while the entire team consists of 3 FTE. The current work plan for this division for this year, I listed in the budget proposal several projects, and has a value of over $13 million. And we don't see that coming down anytime soon, given water supply projects that are on the books, upgrades required to wastewater treatment plants in the future years, et cetera, et cetera. The list of capital projects that are underway or are upcoming is significant. While there's currently a big demand on water and wastewater, if there would be a need to, or a decision to develop a transfer station or a landfill, those are other capital projects that this team can support. Because of the significant amount of workload, current and upcoming, the recommendation is to approve 1.5 FTE on technicians to support this work. Reason why the proposal is for half, we currently have half an FTE already available, and this would make the position whole and hire an additional new technician. Thank you, and more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director Ties and Director Lee.
Thank you, and I thought it was really it was a really nice summary here of all the system, all the expenditures we're doing on the capital side, and it was somewhat astounding to see it all in one place. But it says here under funding source user fees, and I see that there's a few things like Wood Creek wastewater treatment plant. I guess that would be their user fees, but then there would also be things. It looks like docks, which isn't user fees. So I'm just clarifying that it's not just user fees that are funding this.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and it's a correct question. How that will work with capital projects in general is that their base will be 370. And if they work on a project in North, they will be charged in North. If they will work on a wastewater project, their time will be funded to that wastewater project. So their base will be 370, and in this case, we expect that there will be some projects. The reason why it's included in this project is that we expect that there will be some work that will be, for example, the water main replacement work that on an ongoing basis will require some additional funding from North. So, and that water main, so all the water main work, water main replacement work for all the three systems is funded is undertaken by this division.
Thank you, Director Lee and Director Hilt.
Thank you, Chair. By increasing the staff count, we are the assumption is that this is going to be a permanent need for a number of years, not just 1 or 2 years. So, in fact, I just confirming that that's what you see, that there is a need for this for ongoing. And the answer is probably yes.
The answer is yes, and I think one learning we can draw from the asset management work we did on the wastewater plants is that it identified all the significant capital upgrades that are required for the upcoming years. The similar work is currently underway for the regional water system and north to south, and as you can imagine, similar timelines will appear there in terms of asset renewals. And given that we know that the work is upcoming, and we know that it will be a significant amount of work and all major capital projects. So I don't see that the work for this division will slow down in upcoming 5 to 10 years anytime soon.
Thank you, Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, for me, this falls under that rebuilding the foundation aspect of capacity, expertise within staff, and hopefully it will reduce the project cost. So the question, is there any way to possibly quantify the benefit of having in-house versus outside consultants? That's a real tough go, but these are assumptions that this will lower costs overall. Is there any way that anyone could see to actually quantify that in terms of the communication to the public?
What we can do is we can see what there is out there. It will be hard for us ourselves to quantify that, but we can see what's out there. Usually it is 1 hour. Let's put the example out there. If we were to oversee a project, the construction of a project just in the field on a daily basis, just construction oversight, and it's not, or if we would outsource that work, a contractor will ask at least twice the amount of hourly rate than our staff will get paid for the same work. Well, so I think it can easily be said that especially construction oversight, that's where a lot of the money is coming from. And another item that Steve learned me over the years is that by having this knowledge in-house, we are in control of the budget. If we have a third party overseeing it, they can say, "Yep, sorry, error made. You flipped the bill." While if we do the construction oversight ourselves, we are way more diligent in ensuring that we stay within budget and actually can implement the processes to make sure that we stay within budget on construction projects.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Well, I guess there will be an opportunity if we do get grants to, my question is, if we do get grants for these, any of these technicians' time, will that be chargeable to that grant?
Yeah, so how it will work is any grant we will receive, what will happen is that currently they're listed as operation as user fees. As indicated, that's their base base salary. Anytime they spend on a significant capital project or a project that's funded by a grant will be allocated to the project or to the grant funding, and their user fees, their excess user fees will flow back into operating reserves. So the more grants we get, the more money is flowing back into operating reserves.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. This is a cart and horse thing because we've already approved the user fees. So I don't know why, just approve it all. But I would be interested to know if there would be any significant downsides to increasing by, you mentioned having a 0.5 FTE already. So by increasing 0.5 FTE this year and increasing a 1.0 FTE in 2022. The top of the priority projects list is all well field items. We know that we run into delays at other levels of government with permitting and things like that. That one delay has for Church Road has cost us a year. We still haven't heard back. It could cost us more time still. So I'm just wondering about staging these increases versus going for it all at once. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And staff consider that option, of course, because we realize that this is a big ask. The delay in, for example, the issuance of the permit does not mean that there is no time, the staff's time spent to still work with the province to get that, to get such a permit issued. So it's just delays are usually also associated with more time required, more support work required, more assessments to be completed, and as I think we're aware, also additional costs, for example, for Church Road to do those assessments. So for if we were to only receive permission to hire another half FTE, it would definitely impact some of the projects here, including the dam safety projects. If we were to choose between, if we need to set a priority between water supply projects, construction and visibility work, and other stuff, I think we can talk about more later, but projects like upgrade to Wood Creek would be definitely on the back burner. Water main work might be slowed down as well. And I can see that work on our dams would not initiated this year, but would be next year.
Shane?
If I might add, with all of these projects, specifically the dam, there was 9 reports that were finalized that the board saw. The background work that was done by staff was phenomenal in reviewing all of those documents to get them to that point. And I think a lot of people think the staff time, like for this technician, say would be on site when they're installing the water mains, but there's a lot of review prior to that. And to keep all of these projects moving, we need the staff to review, the 30%, 60%, 90% of all of these drawings and all of these reports. It takes a lot of time before the report's put on the desk in a bound performed. So that's a lot of the work that these people will be doing.
Director McMahon.
I'm going to move that this budget proposal be approved and incorporated in round 2.
Seconded. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Would you like that recorded? Okay, thank you. Moving on, last item in this package is budget number 8, budget proposal number 8. New option to existing carry forward North Pender Harbor Water Service emergency generator.
I can clarify this. Last year, this budget proposal was approved and incorporated in the budget for last year. We're currently in the process of finalizing the tender and move on with the project. However, we also identified that this would be a project that would qualify to be funded from community
Gas tax funds.
And that would allow the allocated $125,000 to flow back into the capital reserves.
All right, Director Lee.
I am prepared to move this, but I was, the last time we did, we put something in about making sure it comes from Area A gas tax. Do we need that in this one?
Yes. Now, this has already been approved and incorporated into the financial plan. So we're actually looking at changing the funding source. So how do we have that all reflected in the recommendation?
I think Tara can repeat what she probably has, unless, do you need me to read something back, Tara?
That the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget emergency generator for $125,000 with the funding source to be changed from capital reserves to electoral area A community works gas tax funds, and that the 2020-2024 financial plan be updated as required.
Yeah, I think because it's I think we would just change budget proposal. We would just change it to, and that the carry forward for the North Pender Harbor Water Service emergency generator be amended to be funded from Community Works gas tax funds, and that the 2021-2025 financial plan be amended.
Okay.
Area A.
Yeah.
Gas tax funds, yes.
Yeah, we'd say, yeah, Area A Community Works gas tax funds.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. All right, Tara, we got that? Thank you. All right, all those in favor? Thank you. It is lunchtime. Before we break for lunch, any final questions or comments about North Pender Harbor water? Seeing nothing, let us go to, it is 1:45, 45 minutes, 1:30, right? See you back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back from our lunch break to the special Corporate Administrative Services Committee Round 1 budget meeting. We are on Annex UU, and it's not cheap, UU. This is with regards to South Pender Harbor Water Service. Budget item number 1 is Dogwood Reservoir, and pre-budget proposed initiatives for feasibility and construction have been confirmed or combined, it says. Do we have any questions from directors on this one? Seeing no questions, I'd look for someone to make a recommendation. Director Lee.
You're muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
Well, I thought it was pretty good. I think we need something to say again that this is Area A gas tax
Okay,
in the motion, probably similar to the last one.
perfect. Okay, you've got that, Tara? So you're looking at approving and incorporating to 2020 budget funding
Yes.
from gas tax from Area A.
Yes.
Okay, is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. And this is on our spreadsheet. It's on page 19. Okay, next item up. McNeil Lake Dam upgrades. On page 403. Director Lee, just go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wheeling down there.
Mm-hmm.
I got, yes. Again, just specify Area A and move to option 1, approve and incorporate into round 2 budget.
Perfect. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded, and then Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm on the right one. So it's a budget change from the 230,000 to the 149. It's just a sharpening of the pencil. How, like, where did you lose $80,000? Like, well done.
Thank you for the question. We put 80,000 over the dam. No, to be honest, the preliminary amount was based on a preliminary budget that we had prior to the completion of the study. So this is the number that was that's similar to the one that was presented in the final study results at the November or December ISC meeting.
Perfect. All those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. That's on page 404. Moving to page 405, dam inspections and emergency response. This would be user fees. And directors, questions? Seeing no questions. Any recommendations? Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'd be willing to move menu choice 1, approve and go to round 2 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Seeing no further, Director Toth, go ahead.
Just a quick question. The $14,000 a year is just covering the McNeil Lake dams, correct? Yeah, okay. The $1,200 a month seems like a lot for the safety inspections and what have you for a dam that, like, it's road access. We don't have to helicopter into it or anything like that. So just wondering, why so much?
Part of it is that as part under the regulations, we're required to have a professional engineer on standby that is also being able to review our monthly reports and provide advice where needed. So there's a little contingency in here that if the person will need to come here from Vancouver, that those costs are covered as well.
I would add that there's also a yearly inspection required as well. So that's also incorporated in that budget amount for that yearly service from a certified dam safety inspector as well.
All right, any further questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, South Pender Harbor Water Treatment Plant Upgrades Phase 2. And this is looking to be funded from gas tax from Area A. Director Lee.
With the same proviso that we ensure that it says Area A gas tax, I'd like to move option 1, approve and incorporate.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Remco.
I'm looking at Tina as well. Currently, this proposal is to be funded from gas tax, but we also, it is a base budget increase, so I think that doesn't work. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, anything go forward would have to be allocated through the user fees, but I don't see an amount here, so we just have to find out what the ongoing impacts would be. If it's just a...
No, it is one-time amount. Sorry. Yeah, it is one-time. So my bad. Nope. Sorry.
Okay. So we've had a motion made, but it has not been seconded. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Next item, number 5, 2021 vehicle purchases. $80,000 looking for MFA 5-year equipment financial loan and grant. Or again, is this if we can get grant funding, it will, or where does the grant piece come in here?
If there is a grant available, the grant could be available if there would be a vehicle suitable under the Clean BC Go Electric program.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Through the budget proposals that we have in front of us, I'm noticing that there is several vehicles needing to be replaced between sort of 2008 and 2012. So I'll ask my question all at once. They all seem to be Fords. Is that because the majority of the fleet is Ford, or have these particular batch of vehicles had a performance issue?
When we tender our vehicles, we put our specifications for what we require in a vehicle, and usually we go with the lowest bidder. In the past, that has been Ford vehicles. More recently, there's been Chevys and Dodges. We purchased a couple, but it's through the procurement process. We lay out our requirements and our scope of work, and it's through the process.
Any further questions? All right. Look for a recommendation. Director Lee.
Option 1, approve and incorporate into round 2 budget.
Okay. Incorporate into the 2021 round 2 budget. Yes, okay. And seconded by Director Tran. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 408. Item number 6. Now this is the, what are we at on? South Pender Harbor. This is the same thing we saw for North Pender Harbor, but with the South Pender Harbor amount. So water metering program leak correlator. Director Lee.
I'd move that we go with option 1, approve and incorporate into 2021 round 2 budget.
And this is funding source operating reserves, I believe, is what we did last time. Yeah, seconded. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. And the next item, number 7, the water metering program leak correlator pilot. This is the staffing piece, again, that we talked about previously with North Pender. Any recommendations? Director Lee.
Same as before, move option 1, approve and incorporate into 2021 round 2 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 410, item number 8, water metering program, Neptune 360 software and hardware. Again, this is now the South Pender piece. Director Lee.
I'd move option 1, approve and incorporate into 2021 round 2 budget.
Thank you. And it's seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to 9, this is the water metering program development of customer relationship management tool for South Pender. Director Lee.
I would move option 1, approve and incorporate into 2021 round 2 budget.
And is it seconded? Seconded there. Director Toth.
My apologies, Chair. It's actually for after the vote on this item.
Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed it when we were going through. On item number 8, the Neptune 360 software. It's mentioned in there at the very bottom of page 411 that as an existing customer, the SCRD is benefiting from a discount for the first few years. I'm just wondering what that discount is, because are we going to see licensing jump by $100,000 in 4 years?
The discount is for the year 2021 and 2022. So the increase towards 2023 is because we're not getting the discount anymore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to page 413, item number 10, water supply plan feasibility study, long-term surface water supply sources. And again, this is, Director Ties.
I'll do a copy and paste on the recommendations done for up above, which I believe was a referral to WASAC.
Right. Yep, Tara.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read it for you. The following budget proposal be referred to the 2021 round 2 budget after consultation with the Water Supply Advisory Committee in March for feedback pertaining to deferring this project and timing consideration, water supply plan feasibility study, long-term surface water supply sources.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Awesome. Moving on to page 414, number 11, Capital Infrastructure Project Technician 1.5 FTE. And I forget what we did with this one last time. Was this approved and incorporated? Was it approved and incorporated? Okay. Would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Lee.
I'd like to recommend option 1, approve and incorporate into 2021 round 2.
And that's been seconded. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. That's it for South Pender.
I believe Director Toth would be opposed.
Chair, I was,
sorry.
excuse me, I was opposed to that and I would like it recorded, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, we're moving on to Annex VV. This is with regards to the regional water service. I'm assuming we're probably going to see some similar items in here. All right.
There will be some similar items, some items that has been discussed in previous board meetings as follow-ups, and there are a couple new ones in here, but I can speak to them when we get there.
Thank you. So on page 417, item VV number 1, dam inspections and emergency response. Director McLean.
Yes, I'd like to move number 1, approve and incorporate into the 2020 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Seeing no questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Item number 2, Chapman and Edwards Dam improvements. Director Ties.
I put my hand up so that I could finally say I'd like to move those dam improvements. Yes, option 1, please.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. That takes us over to page 420, Chapman Creek Water Treatment Plant chlorine upgrades. Is this one of the ones you wanted to speak to or not? I think we've talked about this before, I think, right?
Yeah, but I can explain it maybe also for those who are listening to this recording.
Okay.
Our water at our Chapman Creek Water Treatment Plant is currently chlorinated, and that's done by chlorine gas. So we have large sinisters up there that are providing the chlorine gas that's emitted into the water. Actually, as per current standards, it's pretty outdated technology to have that much chlorine gas at site, in part because of the significant risk to the community. If one of those sinisters would go, we would have a significant disaster, and we are not on the coast. We don't have the hazmat response available to actually deal with such a disaster. So therefore, in 2018, budget was approved to start working on upgrading the system to a different methodology. And we're now in a phase that we have a good understanding of the actual cost, which are significantly higher than the estimate in 2018. So the current estimate for the total project is close to 1.7 million. That would allow us to construct a facility adjacent to the building that where we can produce the chlorine gas on site based on from salts hypochlorite, and that would really improve the safety for staff, but also for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ties.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how the estimate was so wrong that we're over by almost twice as much as we had first anticipated.
I will start there, and I will have my manager go. It is in part because we decided over time it was better to construct a new facility outside of the building instead of inside the building. If we were doing inside because of all the salts involved, it would could create problems with all the metal parts in the building itself, and actually long-term create additional problems. The staffing component, the amount of staff time involved, we're currently capitalizing them. As I just indicated, if staff work on the capital projects, those costs are funded from the capital project instead of from user fees. And those costs were also not included. And the original estimate also didn't include a contingency allowance, which this current budget allows. So there shouldn't be any overruns over and above what we currently have on the table here. I would like to see underruns. But Steve, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you, Director Ties. In addition to what Remco had mentioned, the original estimate was dated. I believe the original report was from 2012, so prices had significantly increased over time. And also Remco had mentioned basically the outdoor equipment. We're talking about a substantial facility outside. You know, they're like 6 foot by 12 foot diameter brine tanks that'll be contained in a tower type of unit. So that alone will add significant costs, and that's in particular to give additional mobility inside the treatment plant itself for future needs and stuff like that. So it was a combination of all of those things, and there's also substantial electrical and SCADA control costs that would also add to the costs. Thank you.
Sorry, Director Hiltz. I was muted. Okay.
I was virtually hiding there. The moisture was mentioned, and I remember when we took a tour, there was a big silo thing that there were some issues around moisture. Things were getting clumpy and stuff like that. It's a pretty damp place. Lots of concrete, lots of cold water. Has that been an ongoing issue? It sounds like it might be somewhat related to the changing project, this internal moisture in the building. Is there anything, is that an ongoing problem? Or maybe a less desirable feature of the plan is to have that condensation and the high dampness in terms of materials, metals, and things like that?
I can talk about the soda. The soda that we use has to be very dry, and it sometimes we wonder if it's being delivered with some clumps in it, and there is some moisture. Like, we need to keep that soda dry, and also with the generation of the sodium hypochlorite, the concern is the off gassing of the sodium hypochlorite, not necessarily moisture in the plant itself, and I'm sure you've worked with chlorine gas or sodium hypochlorite in the past, and it erodes or eats away at electrical equipment, especially copper. So that's why, along with Steve, we decided to move all the storage of the sodium hypochlorite outside.
Go ahead.
So a follow-up is that the outside solution will be a much more long-lasting and lead to the longer lifespan of the current plant, less corrosion. So this will actually help increase the lifespan of the current plant in its configuration.
I'm not sure if that's the case. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Steve.
I don't know if it extends the life of the plant, but it certainly will not reduce the length of the plant.
Okay, Director McMahon.
Yeah, what would be the consequences if we were to defer this budget item?
It's a good question. What it will result in is that we would have to, we're currently working towards a tender package, having a tender package ready. Deferring this to for a year or 2 years would ensure that the current situation and stay the same. It's at some point in time, I think even the regulators will require us to make this change. It is a question of how long are we willing to continue to take the risk.
Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as somebody who lives downhill from a potential chlorine gas event, I'm happy to move option 1 on this one. It's about time we get it done. As has been pointed out, chlorine gas storage and usage is a sort of an outdated technology in water treatment. So let's make it safer. Let's make it better. Let's move on.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any further comments and questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 421, item number 4, Regional Water Minor Capital Base Budget Increase. Any comments from directors? Director Hiltz.
The note that it has been 10 years since an increase, and the sort of sustainability to kind of smooth that curve is to kind of have annual increases. So is this something subject to this annual increase to kind of smooth out that the tax draw rather than the once every 10 years? Or I'm just wondering when does it come as a 10-year item versus every year or every other year in that stability of the plan of the base budget?
So what I'm seeing on this budget proposal, and staff can address this, is looking at an annual increase to the base ongoingly, right? Ongoingly $50,000 each year under life cycle cost breakdown. So I guess your question would be, when do we get to a sustainable amount? And who would like to address this one?
Well, I could jump in, Chair. I think this is going to be part of the analysis that's going to happen as part of the overall asset management planning for the regional water service and the water services in general. There's obviously some need for minor capital within their budget to address certain items. Otherwise, we'll be coming with many more budget proposals for little tiny things. So understanding what the funding envelope needs to be still needs to be determined. So yeah, I think there's a recognition that cost escalations and the needs of the service have changed. But specifically, like generating the list, it might not be the same year to year. So we would have to understand what the needs are. So I also just want to clarify through the chair to staff, I'm not sure it's an incremental increase every year to establish, is it? I think it's just to reestablish the base to 130, do the assessment, and then maybe just understanding what the complete funding minor capital envelope needs to be. And of course, this would match all of the mains replacement and the overall infrastructure needs.
And so this is a one-time increase to base budget is what you're saying at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Shane.
And if I can add, in the last couple of years at least, we've required to put in a budget item to try and address some of the minor capital improvements we needed to do. And this is making it so we don't have to keep coming back every year asking for the same money.
Okay. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was going to ask for clarification about whether it was a one-time or an annual, because it says both in the item here. So I'm interested to know, would there be any substantial impact if we did a $25,000 increase this year and a $25,000 increase next year?
I'm already unmuted. We've addressed that, or identified a lot of this money will be spent in the Chapman treatment plant for upgrades required minor capital, such as things like turbidity units, things like that. So if we were to not get full funding, we would have to try and identify items that we could put off that are not regulatory. Some of these items are required from regulations to replace and keep good turbidity monitors, chlorine monitors, those types of things in the plant.
Director McMahon and then Director Hiltz.
Right. I may have asked this question before, but things become a blur after a while. In a year where you don't spend all of this budget, what happens to the surplus? Does it go forward to the following year, or does it go into operating reserves?
Yeah, so it would go into the reserves. Right now, this is being identified through the parcel taxes, which would then, that particular funding stream goes into the capital reserves. So the summary of the capital reserves is on page 443. So if we don't expend it, it just would go towards some of the allocation to the capital reserve account. Now, as we develop a funding strategy, we may look to stabilize what the needs are, meaning that there's ebbs and flows. You might have more costs needs in one year versus the next, as we do with community recreation, where we have a stable funding amount, but the actual spends vary from year to year. We just identify the need. So that's what we're working towards with this.
Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just is there like a threshold on what is minor capital and what is major capital? Like, is it project? Is it how you bundle it? Like, what becomes one and one becomes the other?
Well, we have a policy, and minor capital is typically things under $5,000. But I think in the infrastructure side of the house, they look at things minor capital a little different than maybe your policy does. To them, they deal in multi-millions. So in this, we allocate that in the back end from a financial reporting side of the house. But these would just be smaller capital projects where you need maybe more than 5,000 each time.
So Director Hiltz, don't tell Tina this, but it's 5 to 50,000 if we have something break or need to replace, or upgrade, that's what we'll do.
It's more component within a plant than it is replacing entire systems within the plant. It is a turbidity meter. It is those kind of things.
So minor capital is the break and fix strategy.
Preventive maintenance and actual maintenance.
Right. See no further questions. Would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Toth.
I will move option 1.
And is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to item 5 on page 422, Reed Road Pump Station Zone 4 improvements.
Here, if I may, at pre-budget, staff were asked if we could connect with Gibson's Fire Chief if he was supportive of the project, and is indicated in the budget proposal. He's very much supportive of this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I favor fire flows. So I'm going to move to approve and incorporate in the 2021 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. And Director Ties?
Yeah, just wondering, isn't it the Reed Road Pump Station that's also being addressed in the new Church Road well? Is that where the water is going to be going to? And is there opportunity for synergy?
Reed Road Pump Station has pumps in it that pump to Henry Road Reservoir, which is Zone 3, and it pumps to Cemetery Reservoir, which is Zone 4. The Church Road well will be feeding water to the inlet, basically, of that pump station and the Reed Road reservoirs. So the Church Road water has the ability to feed Zone 2, Zone 3, and Zone 4. And this is referring to Zone 4 pumps that pump up to Cemetery Reservoir.
All right, seeing no further questions, we have a recommendation on the floor that the budget proposal number 5 for Reed Road Pump Station Zone 4 improvements be approved and incorporated into the 2020 round 2 budget, $70,000 coming from capital reserves. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, page 423, number 6, Chapman and Edwards Lake Communication System Upgrade. I seem to recall this coming to one of our previous meetings.
It was discussed there at pre-budget. We explained we gave a little bit more in-depth description of the system. One of the questions at that time was, if we were to put a communication tower, if we were to get the approval to get a communication tower within the park to communicate more directly through radio channels to the park, would it also improve cell phone reach within the park, which is not the case.
Okay, thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you. I guess touching on that, improving communications into the park or what have you, is the do we know that a tower at Field Road and a receiving station or a link up at Chapman Lake will be sufficient, or do we have to maybe do something in the middle somewhere? I guess is really my question.
Thank you, Director Toth. We believe that a tower on a mountain between the lake and the office will be adequate to relay information down. It's just outside of the park, actually, on the I'm not sure what the name of the mountain is, but just on the south side of the lake.
Thank you. Any further questions? Director Hills.
Thanks, Chair. There is this on the reservoir cam, the Chapman cam, the Edwards cam. So is that still a possibility of the idea of a reservoir cam to allow the public to actually have some kind of visual contact with this pool of water that diminishes over the summertime. As a, you know, it was a question. I'm not sure if it's possible. There was bandwidth issues and things like that. I'm just wondering if was still within scope or not, or possibly within scope.
So currently, right now, we don't take pictures because we go via satellite, and it's I've been told numbers like $20 a picture kind of thing. My understanding is with this relay, we'll be able to take pictures for sure. I think reasonably often, and I think we might be able to do video. We'll have to see about that, but definitely pictures. So we'll be able to make those available.
Thank you. All right. Directors, what would you like to do? Director Toth.
One more question, which I'm surprised Director McMahon didn't catch. What would be the energy source for this communication system? Are we talking about a generator install, or can we do it by solar and battery?
I think I've mentioned in the past, Dale Sapatch is our SCADA technician, and he's very good at coming up with ways to not use electricity or gas, and he designed and installed and developed the infrastructure we have at the lakes right now. And in those two instances, he has solar panels and a micro hydro generator. So this, I'm sure, will be a solar panel with batteries.
Thank you very much. I'll be happy to move option 1 on this then.
Good. Is there a seconder? Perfect. Thank you. Okay. See no further questions. All those in favor? Thank you. Page 424, number 7, vehicle purchases. This is regional, 210,000 MFA 5-year equipment financing loan and grant. And this would be referring at this point loan. And if the grant comes through for the provincial program, then we can use some of that grant funding. Any questions by directors? Director McMahon.
Yeah, do new vehicles have the option of being monitored to see whether they're being driven out of bounds or driven badly or other things like that?
Currently, no.
Thank you. Director Tina.
Yeah, I think just in general, that would be part of our fleet review, is whether or not there's any type of usage information or those types of things that we'd want to incorporate. So.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Directors, what would you like to do? Director Todd.
I will move option 1 on this and hope that we don't get more Fords.
Is there a seconder? Seconded. No further comments or questions. Tina, did you have something further to add? Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 426. Item number 8. SCADA technician staffing increase, 0.3 FTE. Any questions from directors? So we currently have 1 SCADA technician, and we're looking to augment so that somebody can actually have a break at some point and have some coverage. Director Ties.
The rationale to me makes sense. It's good to have some redundancy as well as some, also some, what do you call it, replacement training. So that's an
Succession
option.
planning.
Succession planning, that's the one. Option 1 for me.
Perfect. Okay, that this be approved and incorporated into 2021 round 2 budget. Is our seconder? Seconded. Director Hills.
Is any update on the District of Sechelt being a service partner in this? there is a mention that once the 1.0 FT is exceeded, that the district of Sechelt might be able to benefit from this position as well on a cost for service. I think I'm on the right one.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we're still in budget right now. So we will be keeping an eye out for this coming through on our end. How's that?
Good.
I mean, it makes sense. Right now, we have a number of lift stations in our district that do not have SCADA capability, and we are looking at converting them over time. We have some grant proposals in right now for some of them, and the others are in our ongoing 5-year plan to get them upgraded as well. And we don't have this technology. We don't have the technicians with us.
So as a follow-up, is the town of Gibson's expressed interest in getting in on this shared resource at all?
It has not been discussed at our level, so it certainly is something. Looking at any opportunity to share resources is great. So I'll certainly bring it up with our staff.
All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor to approve and incorporate into the 2020 round 2 budget from user fees an increase to SCADA technician staffing of 0.3 FTE. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, number 9, groundwater investigation phase 3 round 2. Did somebody want to speak to this one?
Maybe I can clarify. This is the budget proposal to follow up on our January 20 Infrastructure Services Committee meeting. If you look at the funding sources, proposal is to fund a part from DCCs. We determined that this project would qualify to be funded from DCCs. Operating reserve part would be the part related to Marianne West, because there is still an uncertain, significant amount of uncertainty if that will ever result in a capital asset. While we feel that there is sufficient clarity there in terms of the land deal side. So hence, that's the remainder there is to be funded from capital reserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge and commend staff for looking at the DCCs as an option for partial funding on this. I know it's something that our community sort of screamed about with water improvement and water supply increases. We do collect this money from developers to help with water supply projects. So I'm glad that we are able to use some of it for our projects moving forward. And I know there's a couple of other items in here that also have DCC options on them. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Hiltz.
Yeah, I'm very, very supportive of option 1. I'm wondering if this is another place for WASAC to kind of have a last little point of view on it before it goes to round 2. That's if that's possible. It's a water supply issue. It's a hot topic there, and they're asking to use their expertise, and this might be a way for them to put a little bit of it in.
So a question for staff. I have the preliminary reports actually went to WASAC, did they not? So they've seen this stuff already.
Last Monday, our consultant, Ineke Kalwij, presented the same presentation as he provided to the board to WASAC, and we had a discussion. One of the items discussed was their eagerness to be more involved in scoping of next phases. So I think referral to WASAC would allow them to provide some input on the scope of this project and prior to it being approved. So I would recommend a referral to WASAC and the referral on the decision to round 2. Thank you.
Question about that. If we approve it and incorporate it into round 2 at this point, you are having a meeting with them in 3 weeks. They will still have input into the scoping, will they not? Because this doesn't actually set up the scoping. That's the work that's going to happen after it gets approved. So it doesn't necessarily need to be referred to round two to still get their input. We could say that we improve it and incorporate it into round two budget and refer this to, right, refer the item to WASAC for input into the scoping.
Yeah, and I can also mention that last Monday, they made a resolution, which is coming to next week, Infrastructure Services Committee meeting, that they support the recommendations the staff made at the January 20 meeting. So in general, they are supportive of the approach moving forward.
Okay. Director Toth and then Director McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I listened to most of that WASAC committee, and they were quite anxious, quite concerned about the referral after the fact aspect of things. Like they want to be part of the conversation of the decision. They don't want to just, rubber stamp something that we've already approved and incorporated. So I'd be in favor of deferring this to go to them and then to come back at round two, just to improve our relationship with WASAC. It's not going to make a big difference whether it's incorporated now or incorporated at round two.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
I'm good with that, but if we defer this to round two, does it not count in the estimate we get at the end of the day of where we are in taxes? Or is it included in our tax estimate until we don't approve it?
So
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know.
So if I could, the user rates and the parcel taxes have already been approved. So those are static. So these decisions related to water, wastewater actually don't impact the property taxation values that we've been reporting on. So these are already cooked into the cake kind of thing. So what it does is it does make some variations to the reserve tables. So that's really where you're going to see some changes. But I think these projects have been incorporated in those balances. So it gives you sort of an update. If you approve everything, this is kind of what your end balance of those pots of funds will be.
And that's because the funding source for this is capital reserves and DCCs, and then operational reserves for Marianne West only. Okay, Director McMahon.
Well, in that case, I would make the motion to defer this to round two pending referral to WASAC.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded for that? See no further questions. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, Eastbourne, page 429, item number 11, Eastbourne groundwater investigation.
Are we skipping
Sorry.
them?
Did I skip one? Sorry, did I flip pages? I flipped, sorry, other side of the page. Thank you. Good catch. Number 10, feasibility study surface water intake upgrades Grey Creek. I like it when you guys call me on this. It's awesome. Remco.
I would recommend the same as with the previous one.
Okay. Would someone like to make a recommendation that we refer this or defer it to round two and refer it to WASAC? Moved, seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Now we're on number 11. Eastbourne groundwater investigation.
Maybe I can introduce this one.
Yes, please.
At the pre-budget, a discussion, and I think it was at pre-budget as well as the presentation of the results of the previous study to the board. Direction was provided to staff to bring back at round one several options on how to proceed in terms of phasing of the development of wells on Eastbourne. So staff developed 3 options for the board's consideration. One option, the first option, would be to further pursue to work with a private well owner in terms of taking over that well. And we've been in contact with Vancouver Coastal Health, and we feel that we can meet their regulatory requirements for combined use of the well. Option 2 would be to seek an arrangement with the private well owner, and if that would not succeed, continue with the drilling of 2 test wells to see if we can find a good water supply source there. The third option was to do both at the same time in parallel, private well as well as drilling of test wells. So the reason why staff are recommending option 2 is that it would at least guarantee that there would be one way or the other side on an increased water supply, improved water supply situation on these points. Thank you. I would be more than happy to answer your questions.
Director Ties.
Without staff's recommendations, I was also leaning towards option 2, so I'm happy to move that option 2 as option 1. Does that make any sense?
Makes total sense. Total sense to me anyway. That budget proposal number 11, Eastbourne groundwater investigation, be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget with option 2, 350,000. And are the numbers, the sources down there? The capital reserves 107, gas tax 44, and DCC 198. Is that the 350?
Yep, correct.
Yes, okay.
And
Yeah.
this is gas tax from area F.
Area F, okay. All right, and it's been seconded. Tina?
Remco just said what I was going to.
Good job. Tag teaming. Director McMahon.
I have to say that I'm somewhat uncomfortable with this because this is a very large expenditure on the regional water system for a very small number of properties. And when I compare this to the burden on, say, residents of Wood Creek Park to maintain their sewage treatment plant, and they have to pay for it themselves, you know, I really struggle with this one. I have no difficulty with option 1, but yeah, I really kind of think that this should have been set up as its own water service instead of being part of the regional system.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Just a quick question, then a comment. Approximately how many users are on the Eastbourne system?
It differs from summer to winter. Top of my head, I knew the numbers from top of my head. I think in the summer in the winter it's 73. In the summer it's 200, 300. That order of magnitude.
So somewhere between sort of 75 and 200-ish. Okay, thank you. I mean, those, you're right, Director McMahon, it probably should have been its own service, but it's not, and they've been paying regional water rates the whole time, and it probably would have been cheaper until this capital infrastructure needed to be done for them to have been in their own service. So I don't know whether you want to consider that, you know, banking it for future or what have you, but they are ultimately a part of our regional water service, much like Egmont is my understanding. So we're all in this together.
All right, so there's a recommendation on the table that we approve and incorporate into the 2021 round 2 budget as previously mentioned, option 2. All those in favor? Any opposed? Would you like that recorded? All right, thank you. All right, I think we should go out on a high note. Yep, go ahead, Tara.
Sorry, I was on the wrong screen. I didn't see who opposed.
Director McMahon, but she does not want it recorded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to do one more and then we're going to take a break. So item number 12, raw water reservoir.
Maybe I can explain why there's nothing there. Given that the results from the previous, from the current phase of the project that was approved last year have not been concluded yet, the phase is still ongoing. And in combination with the fact that the well project last year resulted in good results in terms of potential to develop water supply sources in the very near future. Staff have identified that the urgency to develop a raw water reservoir might be less than it was maybe a year ago. So instead of directly proposing a next phase while the previous phase has not been concluded, our recommendation is to await any further work on the raw water reservoir based on direction from the board, based on the presentation of the results of the current phase, and include any further work as part of next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
I am delighted to move the deferral of the ferry bathtub. So whatever motion does that, I'm doing that.
Are you looking to have it be deferred to next year or removed from the budget process altogether, Remco?
If we were to cancel it, it would be removed from the budget process. If it would be deferred, then we will bring it back as a certain next year.
I'm moving to cancel.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seconded? Okay, I'm going to speak in opposition of canceling it. I'd like to see at least the process completed so that we have a shelf-ready project for down the road, just like some of these others. If we go partway through, given costs, of course, and that's information that staff will bring back, if we cancel it, then we are canceling it after we've spent a whole bunch of money without actually any definitive information. So I would not be opposed. I would be opposed to canceling it at this point. If it came back next year, depending on what information we get this year and the projects that are still moving forward around this, we can revisit it. Director Toth and then Director Tice.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. I, much like my comments on the long-term supply projects, this is another one of those ones that we need to keep an eye on and keep in both this board's mind as well as the public mind, because we will probably need it someday. And yeah, I think it might be a little premature to cancel. So just my thoughts.
Director Tice.
So it's my understanding that we are getting a report on phase 3, 4, whatever it is we've been doing. And at that point in time, we can always request that a budget proposal be made for 2022. I don't see why we need to defer this one and then have to cancel it next year when we can just get the information when we get it and make a new budget proposal. And So I would be, just to keep the books clean, I would be more in favor of that one.
Remco, do you want to just comment on that? I mean, I follow his logic around that. Makes sense.
Staff have no preference, one or the other. There is an opportunity to bring it back next year in either options.
Yeah.
No preference.
Okay. Okay. Tina.
Yeah, just some suggested wording if people aren't comfortable with either deferring and or canceling. It could be subject to something, which kind of just leaves the door open. So there could be some different language associated with whatever the desire was with the committee.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the administration. So cancel subject to more results, and you could even throw the WASAC referral in there, because they're very interested in not seeing a bathtub for the ferries, right? So so is that cancel subject to, or
I think it sounds like it would be deferred subject to further reports coming back from staff and a referral to WASAC. I mean, if we were to have come into these surface water projects and looked at the cost of them without the comparison to the raw water reservoir, they may have seemed very, very, very expensive. But it's only by doing the work on the raw water reservoir that we realized that actually developing the groundwater sources is a much, more financially sustainable, cheaper option, basically. So I think the work that we did around the reservoir, while we probably won't go forward with it, it's still important to have that information as the comparison. All right, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I think we're kind of splitting hairs here.
Yeah.
Because we're going to end up in the same place.
Yeah.
I just want to avoid this scenario where we're throwing good money after bad.
Okay, so we have a recommendation on the table, I believe, Tara, that we cancel the raw water reservoir development project. Is that correct?
Budget proposal.
Budget proposal, sorry. Budget proposal, yes, not the project. I just want to make sure. It's getting late for me too. Starting to get, but we're going to take a break right after this one so we can recharge. Tara?
You actually haven't made any recommendations yet. Subject to deferred, abandoned, canceled.
Okay, so there are no recommendations on the table. Director Hiltz.
As I think about it, 2022 budget would be after another election. So this would be, the next term would be on their 2022?
No.
No, wouldn't be.
No.
No.
No. Fall 2022 election.
Right.
Okay, who would like to make a recommendation? All right, Director Ties.
All right, I'll try it again. Motion to cancel, and we can always create a new budget proposal.
All right, is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Yeah, sure. It'll come back. Any opposed? Would you like that recorded? All right. Thank you. All right, it is break time. 2:35. We'll come back at 2:45. See you then.
Darnell.
Welcome back to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee 2021 Round 1 Budget. We are on item number 13 on page 431. And this is for the metering program, meters installation phase 3, District of Sechelt and Sechelt Indian Government District, additional funding. And any questions from directors? I think it's pretty straightforward. Basically what we said is, given the project is going to be later, we will potentially require additional budget to compensate for the increase in costs of material and supplies, contractors, and SCRG staff. Any questions from directors? Seeing no questions, look for a recommendation. How about I make this one? I'll move option 1, that the additional funding for this project be approved and incorporated into 2021 round 2 budget, funded from the long-term loan, and seconded by Director Toth. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to item number 14 on page 432. Metering program electoral area approval process, meters installation phase 3. And did staff want to talk to this one?
Thank you. At the September Infrastructure Service Committee meeting, the board, or the committee and later on the board, confirmed their intent, their desire to organize an AAP, and if the AAP on the phase 3 metering program would fail, that we would continue with a referendum. This budget proposal is to cover the cost of running AAP, which is relatively minor, as well as the cost of a referendum, and is indicated in the staff report in September. Organizing referendum can be compared to organizing an election with polling stations, etc., etc. And it would include the hiring of elected officials or election officials, etc. So a significant amount of the costs are related to those kind of expenditures. So if the AAP would succeed, then the actual budget use would be way lower than if we were to move to a referendum. And and so this budget proposal would also allow for public information and outreach to be conducted in support of the AAP or referendum.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you. I mean, it's great that this is being funded from reserves. It means that regardless of whether we spend a little or a bunch, it's not going to have an impact on taxation or user fees. I will move recommendation or option 1 on this particular item.
All right, that this be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to item 15, water metering program leak correlator for the 3rd time. Directors, how would you like to proceed? Director Ties was first, then Director McMahon.
Honestly, I forget what we said the first time. I'm thinking it was option 1, but I'll let Tara take the lead on this one, and that's what I'm moving.
All right. I believe that was correct. Remco was nodding yes. Yes. All right. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to item 16, water metering program leak correlator pilot 0.43 FTE, one-time casual employee for pilot. Directors. Director McMahon.
My turn to move option 1.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to number 17, water metering program Neptune 360 software and hardware. Whose turn is it this time? Director Hiltz.
Yes, I believe we did an option 1 on this one, approve and incorporate the budget
Thank you.
proposal.
And it's been seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to page 437, item number 18, water metering program development of customer relationship management tool. I believe this was an option 1 as well. Yes, Director McMahon.
I'll move option 1.
All right, that it be approved and incorporated into the 2021 round 2 budget. Seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to number 19, water supply plan, public participation, regional water system.
Maybe I can give a
Yes, please.
to this one, number 20 and number 21, because in a way they're all connected to each other. And the connection is that they're all in support of the update to the current comprehensive regional water plan. The difference between the 3 budget proposals is that number 19 is for external support if we were to need, for example, an external facilitator for a meeting or want to do a mail out. So it's really related to public participation. Number 2 is the development or the upgrade of our existing model we have for the water systems. And because the model was developed in 2013 and not comprehensively being updated since, would be up to update the model and do all kind of analysis in support of the development of the plan for the different water systems. And the last one, number 21, is again the feasibility study for long-term water supply option. So the first 2 are really connected to each other. And at pre-budget, the committee asked to have a breakdown for each of the water systems so that they could see what it would cost per water system and what the cost would be if not all the plan moving forward would be to phase out different water systems. So I hope this clarifies it a little bit, and more than happy to answer anything in the board.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, what I would like to
what
I would like to add is that as you can see at the bottom of budget proposal number 20, it would include an update to the water supply deficit calculations based on additional information we're getting from the current growth work, growth planning work that's being conducted at the moment.
Are you referring to the regional growth strategy?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, I think that all of these things are necessary, and I think, but I also think that this could be one of those ones where all 3 of them be referred to WASAC before we incorporate it in round 2, so that they can have a chat, because this is what they're really passionate about, at least some of the members, and I think it'd be good to run it by them before we incorporate it.
And again, all 3 are coming from operational reserves, so have no tax impact for this year. Okay, so would you like to make a recommendation, Director Ties, that 19, 20, and 21 all be referred to or deferred to round 2 budget and be referred to the WASAC committee for input and feedback prior to round 2?
Yes.
All right, is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded, thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a question on number 20, the water model. this is a software model, it's not a physical model. And does the SCRD own this software, or is this something, is it like best practice to have this thing running all the time, and you, like, I don't know if you turn it on once a year, or you, and like, what does the model do? You know, it's, yeah.
Thank you for the question. It is a computer model. It's an analytic model. What common practice is that, or what more, the best practice is to have a model in-house, especially when we're growing in size, is to have a model in-house so that any, for example, development that's happening, urban development, changes to infrastructure can be included in the model, and then we can use it for assessments. For example, situation we discussed in January, if we were to develop the Marianne Westwell, what would it mean for the distribution system? Those kind of analysis can then be done in-house instead of that we have to contract them out every time. If we contract them out, the analysis is being done, but the model itself is not updated permanently. So every time we outsource something, we are paying for something that is only has a provides an answer, but not creates us that long-term knowledge and model update that would allow bring the model in-house. So this project proposal would allow for the model to be updated and then transferred in-house so that our own staff can use it for any future work with respect to supply, but also just modeling if water mains need to be upsized, etc., etc.
Go ahead, Director Hiltz.
Would this touch on the DCC aspect of things as well? Does it touch there at all? Like in terms of establishing DCCs, in terms of this information going into that process?
I think it would help us moving forward. I think at some time in the upcoming years, we will need to review our DCC bylaw. This project this model would allow us to determine where water mains would need to be upgraded to allow for developments to occur.
And Director Hiltz, if I could also answer, the model that we currently have one valid copy of is the WaterCAD version model right now. And like Remco had mentioned, it would have to be updated. It is somewhat dated, and it would also have to be calibrated to, you know, the recent developments that have occurred and also correlate fire flow and stuff like that. So it's a very powerful model when it's calibrated, because you can do, as Remco said, what if scenarios. And also you could basically plug in new developments as they come on board to see what improvements should be necessary to the water system. So it's a very useful tool and very powerful. Thank you.
So I have a question then. So on number 20 then, when it looks at the life cycle cost breakdown and it talks about the $5,000 ongoing, that's the licensing for the software to be able to do that work in-house. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Perfect. All right. Any further questions on any of these? Director Lee, welcome back.
I'm back. We're using a lot of operating reserves here. And of course, we've already got our user rates set. But is this going to cause us to have to raise the user rates in future years by using all of these operating reserves up? Or do we get enough year by year to hold our own?
I think that is the work to come. I think that right now we are using a lot of operational reserves, and there have been a few projects which we didn't anticipate when we even set the rates. So I think that, you know, as we get more information, and even this modeling will be very helpful in that, to understand what the funding requirements of the service overall is, and then base some policy decisions about how much we should have in operational reserve, how much we should have in capital reserves, and then understanding what we might have in DCCs as we go forward for future capital infrastructure upgrades. So that's not a very clear answer. Personally, I believe that we are definitely in a stage in the service of spending more than we're maybe collecting. But I think the funding strategy, we're just going to have to look at how we're able to accommodate some of these water sourcing projects as an example. But
yeah, I was, of course, I've been using some of my gas tax to try and avoid tax increases. I was wondering if we should be throwing a little bit of gas tax where we can in this to try and look after future years. That's what caused the question.
I think the issue there is that the gas tax funds that the regional district has are only allocated to the rural areas. And this is a regional function which District of Sechelt pays into as well.
Oh,
we don't have any. Yeah.
You can throw a little gas tax in for us too.
Yeah, I think, right. Yeah, we have some other projects happening right now too. All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor for numbers 19, 20, and 21 to refer these to round two budget. Sorry, defer to round two budget and refer to the WASAC committee for input and feedback. And Tara.
So thank you, Chair. In your original one for number 21, it was for feedback pertaining to deferring this project and timing considerations. Is it the same for all three, or?
In number 20?
In the last two for number budget proposal 21, which is also pertaining to North Pender Harbor and South Pender Harbor, the recommendation you made on those was for feedback pertaining to deferring this project and timing considerations. Would that be the same for all three?
It should probably be the same for all three, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a recommendation put forward. Is there a seconder for those recommendations? Seconded? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to number 22, Capital Infrastructure Project Technician, 1.5 FTE. And I don't remember at all what we did with this one. Director Hiltz.
Thanks. Yes, and as in the past, I will move, approve, and incorporate budget proposal 22.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Director Tives.
Yeah, just a reminder to ask for people objecting to this one as well.
Thank you.
When you call the vote.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Would you like that recorded? Yes, please. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Director Tives. All right. We are finished with VV. We only have two more to go. All right. Annex WW, Director Lee.
I was away for a bit of the discussion about those last projects, but it seems to me like it's a couple of them should have been going to WASAC for for this.
That's what we did. Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yeah. They're going to WASAC and coming back to round two.
Perfect.
All right. Annex WW, Square Bay Wastewater Treatment Plant Update. So there's a report here. Would you like to receive the report? Moved. Somebody move that. Move receipt. Thank you. Moved and seconded. All right. Seconded. All in favor? Thank you. All right. Over to staff.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. This report, I think, is self-explanatory, but the reason why we brought it forward is that at pre-budget and later on, I think it was as part of the discussion on the quarterly report of Q4 in January, I verbally indicated that we had some emerging issues at Square Bay. And this report provides a little bit more detail to the board and as well as to the community about what the issues are and little bit more background than we were able to include in the budget proposal itself about the rationale for why we are proposing them. And Manager Utilities himself are more than happy to answer any questions about the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors. Any questions? All right. Dr. Pratt.
I will say I have a very active Square Bay community, and so I think it behooves me to ask if this information has been shared directly with our with the residents, or if this report has been directly shared with the residents within that community.
I think I did it on Wednesday or yesterday afternoon by email, and it's somewhere in your email box as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Jem Rosenboom.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just interested in the MOE aspect of when these overflow situations happen. What is the oversight of MOE? You send them an email or fill in a form, or what do you do?
Within 24 hours, we do an email report to them, and they respond, and we tell them what happened, and then we have to send a 30-day letter with explanation of what happened, what we did, what we're planning on doing, the full extent of it, and they receive our report.
And maybe as a follow-up on that, they receive the report and they file it. And I think my experience is that based on the number of reports they receive, it can trigger at a certain point further action to be taken.
In other words, fining or something like that could happen. There was one municipality on Vancouver Island got fined last year. I think it was $75,000, something like that. Director Lee?
Actually, that was going to be my question, but it seems to me we've had quite a number of these events. So I was wondering what the likelihood of us actually being fined. Are we getting in Director GM Rosenboom opinion? Are we pushing the envelope here? Or?
My experience is that usually it's not immediately go to that stage. First, there is a warning or a warning letter or a further conversation to happen, but it definitely does not look good. And hence we are concerned, and we feel as staff that the situation cannot continue going onward. So at least as long as we are taking action to resolve the issue, I think that itself would
alleviate.
reduce. Yeah. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, let's move on to Annex XX. This is for wastewater treatment plants. Item number 1 is for Wood Creek Park wastewater treatment plant collection system designs. You might want to explain the difference in the hiss. Oh, and you're muted.
Thank you for the opportunity. When we presented the results of the study in October, in November and applied for the grant in October, we indicated that the total amount was $844,000 with commitment from the board to take on all ineligible costs and potential cost overruns at the value of $75,000. So the total project cost that we are applying for a grant for is $919,000. Initially, our idea was to include that all as well in the budget, just in case that for the instance that it were not successful for the grant. However, if we were to do that, our CFO indicated that we also would need to commit to it in order to put it in the budget. So the current proposal is to include the design work that is required to allow for some upgrades to be made to the collection system, to include that in the budget, and to, if we were to be unsuccessful for the grant, to then seek board direction on next steps, which might include an AEP to apply for a long-term loan. And instead of doing that, making the decision right now, doing that at the time that we know if the grant is successful or not, because maybe we don't need it, because maybe the grant is approved and we can fund the construction of the works through a grant. So this is really to update to expand the scope of the current design work to include the upgrades that we felt that are necessary to the collection system. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors. Director McMahon.
Somehow I hadn't realized, of course, that it would require an AAP on top of everything else if we went for a loan. I mean, now that you say it, it seems obvious, but I have this horrible vision of all of our sewer treatment plants needing AAPs, which is yet another cost. I am okay with taking some gas tax funds for this, but before we think about putting gas tax funds towards projects that only benefit a very small number of residents who are in the service, I would want to have a further conversation. Wood Creek Park certainly could use the help, and they have not directly benefited from the active transportation infrastructure that was put in other areas of Elphinstone. So, you know, I think I can support this, but definitely we need to have a broader conversation about how we will or won't use gas tax funds. So I will move menu item 1, approve and incorporate in 2021 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? This is areas A, B, D, E, and F, voting only. Okay, seconded. One question for staff. Given we're looking at doing the design work here, and we have applied for the grant, if the grant gets approved, are these costs, can they be reimbursed from the grant funding?
The gas tax wouldn't, because the ISIP grants have stacking rules.
Okay.
The operating reserves potentially, but again, the ISIP grant, you can't have expended funds. So the answer is actually no. If they're expended, they're ineligible costs.
Thank you. All right. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, do we need the area D gas tax in that recommendation as other ones?
Area E?
Yeah, yes, E. Sorry, Roberts Creek. Giving away your money, yeah.
All right. There's a recommendation on the floor, voting A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to number 2, Jolly Roger Secret Cove Wastewater Treatment Plant Headworks. Directors, any questions on this one?
To be noted that there is gas tax proposed here as well, and in this case there will be area B gas tax.
Dr. Pratt.
I would be happy to move that this be incorporated into round 2 budget with capital, $9,000 from capital reserves and $9,000 from area B gas tax, unless area D wants to kick in as well. Seeing as Director Hiltz volunteered them last time too. No, I'm seeing a no, so we'll just leave it at area B.
All right, is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All right, all those in favor? Thank you. Number 4, 383, 384, 385, 387, 388, 393, outstanding right-of-way.
I think you're skipping item number 3. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did. Curran Road Wastewater Treatment Plant, Ocean Outfall. You can tell I'm getting tired, right? It's been a long week. So number 3, Curran Road Wastewater Treatment Plant Ocean Outfall Anchor Replacement Phase 2. And this is looking to be funded 50% gas tax from Area B and 50% capital reserves. Director Pratt.
Same as with last time, move to incorporate into round 2 with the allocation from capital reserves and Area B gas tax as indicated in the report.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Now we move on to the long one. Number 4, 383, 384, 385, 387, 388, and 393, outstanding right-of-way. And this is looking at $30,000 from operating reserves. Operating reserves from who?
Maybe I can explain this one a
Yes.
little bit. I think it was earlier this week that one of the directors asked a question what it is about. So there are several right-of-ways that are not established when we took over plants, developed, or developed the plant itself. So for these 6, we don't or own the land underneath the facilities or have secured ways of gaining access to those facilities. For each of the facilities, the process to get to the place where we have some kind of right-of-way in place can be different. So the listed amounts are estimates, while the actuals can really differ from plant to plant. For some, it might be way more straightforward, and we can do it for way less than it's listed here. And for others, there might be a different situation, and we have to come back to you for further support. So this is not going to be a one-year project. We see that this might take a couple of years to complete, but this would allow us to move forward with all of the 6 plants to secure the right-of-ways that are supporting the facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yep, this is critical work. We can't fix Sunnyside until we have the right to do it. So I'm good with this. I'd like to vote to approve and incorporate in round 2.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just a clarification on the right-of-ways would be on all over private land, or is there some provincial land as well, or is it strictly private land that these right-of-ways, or a combination?
I believe it's all private land.
Okay, and then one other question, or for clarification, operating reserves. So what you're talking about, it would be operating reserves for Sunnyside, for example, you're looking at $5,000 from the Sunnyside operating reserve, correct? And then $5,000 from Jolly Roger operating reserve.
Yes, correct. Okay. Those are also reflected in the reserve tables at the end.
Yes, thank you. All right, we have a recommendation on the floor. Option 1, to approve and incorporate into the 2021 round 2 budget the expenditures to deal with the outstanding right-of-ways for these 5 sewer plants, I guess. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on. Show on the right page, 453, yes, number 5. Roberts Creek Co-housing Wastewater Treatment Plant Treatment System and Regulatory Enhancements.
Maybe I can...
Yes, please.
Shane, would you like to, or shall I give a little intro?
I can start it off, and you can add to it, Remco. As with a number of our wastewater plants and with the right-of-ways that we just went over, we're trying to correct a few things. Most wastewater plants are designed off of a number that's in an engineered book that says something like 1,200 liters per house or something like that. And we're finding that a lot of these plants have higher capacity than we actually get. Roberts Creek is one of those examples, and we're getting about 8 to 10 cubic meters of effluent into the plant each day. The plant's designed for 51 cubic meters a day. if I think it was realized at the time when this plant was built that it was actually only going to be 8 or 10 cubic meters a day, the plant probably would have been made smaller, and it would have gone under VCH, not under MOE. But it's again, that number out of the book that's taken to design these plants is how it gets permitted. So we're trying to, with a number of our plants, we're looking at the flows that we've proven coming into the plants, and correcting how they're permitted. Instead of under MOE, they're permitted under VCH. Along with that is some modifications to the plants. So the Roberts Creek plant was designed with a trash tank where everything goes into for 51 cubic meters a day, but we're only getting 10. So it's much too big and things die off in that tank. So we need to right size that tank and make a few more modifications throughout the system. So we're hoping with these modifications, we'll get better effluent quality. We'll be under the correct permitting process, VCH rather than MOE. And the benefit with VCH is they're local health officers that we deal with regularly with our water systems. They're easy to contact and easier to discuss issues with or regulatory compliances with. So that's what we're working towards. I'm not sure if you want to add any more, Remco.
Okay, so I just have one question for clarification on the funding source. It says $78.99 gas tax, 3-year per capita allocation. What does that mean?
I think our CFO is best able to explain what the allocation part means.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was in another system. So the Community Works gas tax allocated is per person. And so what we took as part of these particular projects, especially since they're local service areas, we calculated the number of users on there and generated sort of a high level apportionment as a first start. I've already made notes. We're bringing forward the Community Works gas tax policy forward to February CAS, and maybe this is something we can discuss is how we might be able to apportion these types of things on a go-forward basis.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. So if the volumes are under that 22, does that mean that the potential for it to be dissolved as a local SCRD service is a potential then? Because it's no longer an obligation to, it's easier to get in than it is to get out, as I hear, but does that become a possibility?
I think that would be a board decision to make. We don't get involved with any plants that are under 22.7 if that's what they're initially designed at. That's a Vancouver Coastal Health, and we don't get involved. In this situation, we're involved.
I think it at least allow for last year staff brought forward a report on what it would take to dissolve a service area for wastewater, and at least bring it over to VCH regulation oversight would allow for such process to be initiated, where that's currently not the case.
And if I can make one more comment, there's quite a few wastewater plants on the Sunshine Coast that are under VCH, such as the trailer parks. A number of the trailer parks along the highway, they look after their own wastewater through VCH. We're not involved with them.
Okay, Director Ties and Director Lee.
So when I was at one of the wastewater talks with the Roberts Creek co-housing, they were rather reluctant to, well, one, they didn't want to have to deal with their own wastewater. So they were actually quite happy that SCRD is handling it. But at the time when I was there, I thought it would make sense to go to VCH and to actually dissolve the service, because it would cost them a whole bunch. It would probably save them a whole bunch of money in the long term, but they weren't really interested in that. But I did forward the this budget item to Stacia, who lives in co-housing, and she got back to me with a bunch of questions. I think staff have answered most of them at this point, but I want to make sure that that she's able to share this with her community and give feedback if necessary, and maybe staff can reach out to co-housing and make sure that what's being proposed here is actually in their interest, and that's why I'd like to defer this to round 2, pending consultation with Roberts Creek Co-housing.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Thank you. Director Lee.
I just wanted to confirm that I believe I have several plants in Area A that are in similar situation of being under the VGH, all of the smaller ones with 6 and 7 houses only on them. Would that be a safe assumption on my part? Canoe Road, Merrill Crescent.
Yeah, again, anything under 21.7, I believe it is right now we would not get involved if they came to us, and those plants that you mentioned are under 22.7.
Yes. They also make it clear to me that they like to mention costs. They do appreciate the maintenance they get, the lower cost of borrowing, and the fact they don't have to have some group collect from each homeowner. So there's a lot of benefits to them for being under the SCRD umbrella. So I don't think you'll get many people wanting to opt out, even if it was easy.
All right, we have a recommendation on the floor that this budget proposal be referred to round 2, pending consultation with the Roberts Creek Co-housing group. All those in favor? Thank you. On to page 454, item number 6, Square Bay infiltration reduction. And who would like to speak to this one? I think this is a new proposal. Shane?
Yeah, I'll introduce it. So the last couple of years we've been working on the Square Bay system, doing inflow and infiltration. It's called I&I. And we'd like to continue on with that. We're currently developing a stronger I&I program, which will include all of the things we've been doing and hopefully more. And but this plant, as we talked about earlier, has experienced some extremely high flows, and those are related to infiltration. And that's what this budget proposal is for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from directors? I'd look for a recommendation. Director Pratt.
I'll recommend that this be moved forward to round 2 budget, or be incorporated, into round 2 budget.
Thank you. Approved and incorporated into round 2 budget. Is there a seconder? Seconder? Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Item number 7, Square Bay collection system upgrade planning. Yeah, go ahead, Shane.
So this follows along with the last budget proposal. The last budget proposal is basically fixing the broken pipes. This proposal is talking about the future, is actually replacing the pipes and coming up with a plan. It worked really well with the Square Bay wastewater treatment plant. We had an engineered report. We were able to use that report to help us get a grant to replace the wastewater plant. And I'm hoping that's what will happen with this report. We'll get a report that'll identify what's in the ground, what needs to be done, and hopefully we can use that to secure more funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Pratt.
Thank you, Chair Seekers. That I will move that this be approved and incorporated into round 2 using capital reserves and gas tax as indicated.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on. We're getting there. Whew. Page 456. Item number 8, 381 to 388 and 390 to 395, wastewater treatment facilities pumping expenses base budget increase. I think this is pretty straightforward. District of Seashell increased costs to dispose of septage at the Dusty Road site. The cost is being passed on to the wastewater treatment plant people.
Yes, and this was the base for the increase to the user fees for these plans. So this is just to make sure that we can also expand. We are now collecting the money that we can also spend the money.
Yeah, that's right. Just as the regional district has gone through over the last year or two, work looking at the various wastewater treatment plants. We've actually been doing work at the District of Seashell as well. And what we recognized was that we weren't taking in sufficient money there either to cover off our costs and our planning. As you probably know, the site on Dusty Road is on lease land. There's a lease till 2031. And so we need to plan for what that looks like in the future. And there are some safety issues as well that we've been having to address. And occasionally we have to actually clean out the lagoons, which is very costly. So all of that is now being incorporated into our costs, and we're passing them on to the people who are paying those costs. So there's a recommendation, Director McMahon, or sorry, motion, Director McMahon, what would you like to do?
Yeah, I would be interested to hear more about the Dusty Road plant at some future agenda, because it affects the rural areas pretty considerably. In the meantime, I would like to move this budget proposal to approve and incorporate in round 2.
Is there a seconder? Seconded, thank you. Director Hiltz.
Director Seeger, when was the do you recall when the last increase was? This has been long overdue.
Yes.
Long, okay.
Yes. Yeah. And what we've requested of staff now, to this point, actually till last year, all of the sewer and septage costs, the revenues and expenses and stuff were kind of merged together. And this year they started breaking them out. And by next year, we've requested that they have separate functions basically for each. So it's really clear to, septage and sewer users, who's paying for what. That's part of the transparency we need to get into the system as well. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I guess we're kind of trying to anticipate what the pumping contractors are going to be billing us in the future here, because we don't directly pay for this, the actual dumping, do we? Or do we actually pay direct for the dumping under the contract?
When we hire a contractor, we pay them for the dump fees and their trucking fees, and the majority of the cost is the dumping fee.
And do we pay the actual dumping fee, or they just say?
I'm not sure if it's exactly correlated to the cost that the District of Seashell charges.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if it was higher or lower. We might end up either way on this, but anyways, it's a good start.
All right, so the recommendation on the floor. All those in favor? Thank you. And that is our last. I didn't miss any, right? Good. Last budget item. Thank you. So I think one of the conversations that we just wanted to broach here was around communication. A couple of the directors have brought up that, we recognize as staff do that there needs to be some communication with the community around the budget and the impacts of the budget. So CAO.
Hi there, thank you. I threw an email out to all of you, and I posted some thoughts in the chat, but we met as a senior leadership team yesterday to talk about some potential ways to engage the public and do some communications moving forward between rounds 1 and 2. Right now, we've proposed that we utilize our time on Tuesday morning and have Aidan and Tina join us, and we can have a conversation about what that may look like, and that will allow Aidan to get out some information to the Coast Reporter and other places so the public is aware of what type of engagement is coming and in what form and when they can expect it.
Sounds good. Directors, any questions at this point then? Director Hiltz, you were thinking, I saw that.
Yeah, thanks. It came up at, I was at the Islands Trust local meeting yesterday, and one of the questions was, right now the Islands Trust is doing a survey out. I haven't looked at it about the budget, and it's kind of, you know, this is do we ask the public at the beginning opposed to the end? And my understanding is the SCRD is trying to move to kind of a year-round checking in with the public. So the public thinks, well, we'll come in on March 25th and we don't want this, we don't want this, and don't want this, opposed to the year-round incorporation of it's a continuous process. And there's this idea that there's a one time for the public to come in and they can say yes or no. And I don't think that's exactly the case, really. That's it's just something that came up at Islands Trust. Is they're doing a survey. I can't remember if Seashell does a survey. I think the town of Gibson's does some kind of a survey, and it's different in the regional district model, perhaps, than municipalities. But that's just a comment that the different approaches that, and I think it sort of comes from WASAC that all the decisions are made and then it's there to sell the budget, opposed to having input into the actual numbers. That's the only comment that I want to bring forth at this point.
Thank you, Director McMahon. Okay, try that again.
Yeah, right.
I know, it's the end of the day.
I just wanted to, and I realize this is complicated and we can't be all that accurate, but I wanted some way to communicate the sense of, okay, we're looking at, you know, this size of a tax increase, and like roughly half of it is driven by water infrastructure, and another big chunk is driven by fire departments and so forth, so that, you know, I can kind of fairly simply try to explain something that it is hopeless to explain in its full complexity.
Tina?
So what we provide, and that's essentially as soon as, you know, this ends Monday morning, that's exactly what we're working on, is to start develop some communication as far as some of the decisions, and understanding that, you know, these aren't ratified till the board meeting, which I'm not sure these are definitely not going to the February 11th meeting. So understanding that they're not coming and fully ratified till the 25th, but getting some briefing notes out to everybody. We're going to be preparing some presentations. So I think that's what we're looking to do, and providing some of those top highlights, especially because there's unique situations in each of the various rural areas and member municipalities. So they vary. So we try to provide sort of a little highlight for each section. So most certainly staff are going to continue to do that and provide that as soon as we have that ready for you.
Thank you. Directors, any other questions? All right. Before we adjourn, I just want to thank staff. I know, you know, it's trying on us, but it's also trying on you. And you guys have put a lot of work in behind the scenes, and then you have to sit here with us for 3 days as we go through all of this. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention to all the details through all of this. Tara deserves a special mention to keep us on track and record all of the decisions that we make. So if there are no further comments or questions, I would look for a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.